Hi.
I love that opening. I love that music.
You beat that by another 44 minutes.
So
I know, but it was so funny. It was just like an all-time personal best of being late. I got distracted by a football game. Oh,
my computer about to fall off the table. Okay.
Don't fall off the table, Arwyn.
Please, my God, don't fall off the table.
Are you talking about your camera or Judge Smudge?
Well,
herself. I don't know.
Everything's kind of jerry-rigged right now. Because I can't sit in that damn chair. It squeaks. It goes, and everyone will stop and wait till I get done squeaking. And it triggers me. So I'm back on the floor.
Wait
but
till
my
you
coffee
get done
table...
squeaking. You sound like you're a toy from Toy Story.
It's true.
Oh
it's horrible, y'all. I was on a Harry Potter stream. When the hell was it? Sometime Wednesday night. And I'm like screeching and I forgot to mute and I'm trying to be real calm about it. And hey, honey, thank you.
Oh, you were on karaoke. Nice.
Well, I was on actually ramblings.
Yeah,
okay. Ramblings for a little bit.
I just saw that. I am triggered, and I'm going to tell Mary how triggered I am that the day after Thanksgiving was her Christmas karaoke. I swear she thought she does this.
Oh, really? Well, she hasn't invited me
no,
yet.
you
I'm still
can't
waiting for an invitation.
Do that. You can't fucking no. You gotta have it closer. So we gotta. I'm gonna poke her about it. I'm gonna poke her about it.
So
I swear.
So is it bad? I'm wearing my Christmas hat.
No, it's fine. It's just like her whole Christmas karaoke was the day after Thanksgiving. I was like, we're not even
give it a week. Yet. Yeah, give it at least till next. Where it's actually. I agree. Where it's actually December.
I forgot that. Yeah, I was wearing. I forgot that I was wearing this. But yeah.
Yay!
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, we can call it Quidditch if that's what you want to call it. I got to watch my team be mediocre. That was fun. And I literally waited till something somewhat decent occurred, and then I left. So so that's why I was late.
Yeah.
I know no one saw it coming.
I went to UMass. You want to talk mediocre football?
Well, it's Ohio State. They're number 2. I don't understand.
I know, but don't call what you were watching as mediocre football. I've seen mediocre football.
Oh yeah, and that was God. I saw so much mediocre football being played. Of course, I got it. The Texas teams around here. It's like TCU got annihilated by Iowa State. What was the final score? Is 48-14. I was like,
damn.
Oh my.
Jesus Christ. And then the Cowboys embarrassed themselves. They were never in the lead. The whole game, they never were in the lead. I was just like, okay, whatever. Anyway.
Well, I didn't have
y'all learned something.
Team. My college didn't have one.
Oh.
I know. But I'd follow it anyway, so what the hell? It doesn't matter. I mean,
I don't even know any of that stuff, right? I don't know. It's I just got over being sick too, so it's like yay. Aww. It's I had this nasty cold for like a week. I don't know how I got it, where I got it, but it was terrible. It also helped once I stopped taking what I discovered was expired medicine.
No. Eris, no.
There you go.
Yeah, the first 3 days that I was sick, I was taking expired medicine. And actually, when we streamed last week, I was taking these lozenges because my throat was getting sore. And it kept getting sore. I was like, this is the opposite effect these lozenges should be having on them. Yeah. They're numbing the wrong areas and making the areas that are raw and need like soothing worse. So I flip over. I don't know if I saw. I think I threw them away. I flip over the little tin that I had them in, and it said expires March of 2017. I was like, okay. And I had just finished my 3rd one, and I was like, oh, that's probably why these.
Honey, no, baby, call me next time.
Well,
contact me.
That'd be it.
So I've been day cooling and night cooling it up. real hard. So that, and a secret little thing I like to do is I like to take apple juice and I like to warm it up like in a mug, and I have to drink that when I have a sore throat. So that's like my secret
It was
to
nice,
curing
like
it.
cider.
Yeah, that's basically what it is.
good.
My mom taught me that, and I was just like, yeah, it actually cured my sore throat in like a day. So I drank
wow.
an entire gallon of apple juice, but I got over my sore throat. So, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
I have to try that because I hate sore
my sore throat
throats.
go-to has always been chamomile with tons of honey in it. And
Is that
also,
tea?
chamomile tea with
Uh-huh.
lots of honey. That always seems to clear it up.
See, last time I had a sore throat, I did not drink tea, but now I do, so I have to try that. Hey, y'all.
Huh.
Sherry.
Hello,
Hey,
everyone. Who is
dinosaur.
here?
Hey.
I was done squeaking.
Just squeaking.
Pod racing, calling my ass out for being in the wrong fandom. It's okay. I love when you said a fox. I like you. You're just a fox. You're not lovely,
Look
Josh.
it.
You're just a fox. It's okay.
Well, here was okay when I retweeted. I think it was Chris's tweet. I was coming up with little icons for us, and I just gave myself a pink heart. I gave Eris a red apple because they didn't have a gold one. And Cynthia, you are a hot dog. I didn't know. I forgot about the fox. I'm so sorry.
There you go.
I'm sorry. I was like, what can I put for him? Okay, I'll put a hot dog.
I usually use because I discovered that too. There's no yellow apple. Yellow apple emoji, even though apples there is like a decent chunk that are yellow, and so I just started doing the yellow heart because that looked the closest thing to an apple.
Oh, see, duh! I should have done that. Y'all,
but you know, it's like either one. It's like it's fine. Oh my god, I better not.
It's not working today. It's shit.
Yeah.
Holidays. I kind of.
Well, this year's going to be
this
crazy.
season.
I got a whole bunch of stuff happening in December. Plus, the Christmas Day falls on a Saturday, and New Year's Day falls on a Saturday. So I have no idea what that's going to look like if we do pre-records or whatever. But that's going to be weird because I mean I'm not going to.
I would imagine. I'm just guessing. I will not be available on.
No,
that.
I'm not going to be available either.
For Christmas Day, I won't either.
Yeah,
but
if y'all want,
I would. But we've got to have some Christmas party. Y'all,
yes, dude.
They didn't have barefoot, so I had to get Sutter Homes.
You can drink anytime. That's fine.
3 o'clock. I'm opening up this bad boy. It's been that.
Okay.
It's beer 30 somewhere.
Exactly. And yesterday, I think I started right before it got dark. I'm like, shit. I love the holidays. I really do. It was weird Thanksgiving. There was over 19 of us there. Oh my God, I'm not even paying attention. Smudge.
I'm being judged.
Here you are. He's been very judgy this week. He's been very clingy, very judgy, very looking me in the eye, like I see you and everything you do.
Yes.
So he has. He's. I see you, Smudge.
I forgot to tweet out the stream.
So prepare to get judged, y'all.
Which truly is live. Watch us.
We're here.
Stoof. There we go. There's my professional tweeting out the stream that I always do. You'll never have to worry about that because that's
solid.
Yeah,
it's solid.
Why wait till
we are professionals here?
Yes.
We are.
So. Yes, we are professionals.
Damn piece of paper. This light is just sucks balls. But anyway. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. Can I say
what do you mean?
Can I say sucks balls? Sorry.
How fucking dare you say sucks balls?
I know
what
say
the
sucks
hell?
ass, but sucks balls is just a step worse than sucks ass. So.
I look like I've been in the rain, even though I haven't, and you're over here like my skin looks like paper. Oh my God.
I do look like a piece of it. Oh well, I need tan, but I don't tan. So, and when I use that fake tanner, that shit turns me orange, y'all. So I'm like, I'm out of luck.
Orange Arwyn bad.
I was just about to. You took my joke, damn it.
It is awful, but oh well.
Yodel?
I don't care.
Why is there yodeling in the chat?
We got a yodel?
All right. So I was gonna we do actually have a Christmas video that we wanna cover, but there isn't enough of them that I've been able to find. Because God, it's sad that I agree with a lot of these Christmas takes on like, because they're all Hallmark movie reviews, and it's like,
oh,
I can't argue with the
Yeah.
fact that Hallmark is like Christmas movies is like it's like heroin. It's just like Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
they are. I watch the same ones every year and then the new ones, and I'm just like, I hate the shit, but I can't look away. I love it. You know, I have a love-hate relationship with these movies, but
Yeah.
you know, I'm such a romantic, and they all end so romantically. I'm like, my life sucks. I want that.
We found the target audience for the Hallmark movies. But yeah, and I was looking for a video to cover yesterday because I realized that I was like 9 p.m. or something crazy. I was like, it's Friday. I should probably figure out what we're gonna cover. And we were gonna do it was still Film Speaks. That's the channel we're covering today. And he had a video about how Quantum of Solace was the best James Bond movie. And I was like, that is such an
What?
atrocious take that I
Okay.
want to do it. And then I looked at the time. It's a 54-minute long video. And I was like, no.
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 Maybe wait on that till
8
next
hours.
year.
Yeah.
Wait on that till next year after the holidays.
I'm not ready. I'm not ready for this.
No.
Oh, thank you.
She is. Eris, you are adorable. There is no mistaking that. You're so cute.
I appreciate
So
that.
damn cute. And so are you, Sensei.
Uh,
So you won't get left out.
Slightly regretting being on camera at the moment, but that's all right because I turned it off because I can't be bothered.
We're all real.
It's fine. We're all human beings. Sometimes
Hey,
Oh, I'm sorry, Sensei. Cybernetic Bob.
I'm a fox.
Be species.
And that's totally real. I'm not, an actual person that's, uses a cartoon avatar.
Not at all. We know that.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that you can also, if you go back through certain videos, you can see my face in some places.
I know what you look like.
Head pats for Project Storytime. Head pats.
Yay!
Yeah. There you go.
Wait, does a fox want to get petted by a dinosaur? I'm thinking that's asking for trouble.
We'll give you treats. I'll give you some of Smudge's treats.
It's why I'm always cautious around Snortopoopus, because he's a bear.
Bear. Yeah. I don't know. Do bears eat foxes?
They'll eat anything.
They'll eat anything if he gets hungry enough.
That is so true. For some reason, people think that if you put the word quantum in front of something, it's God. There was a meme of that during the Crisis on the Infinite Earths thing. They used quantum so many times in that first episode of that crossover. I swear they used it like 50 times. So it's like, stop. Not every technological thing has to involve quantum.
Quantum.
Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness.
Where are you?
Everyone knows he's a Canadian bot. Okay, we all know this. This is well known. All right. If you don't know at this point, then I don't know.
You're out of the loop.
Yeah. No.
But wait, didn't we determine that Chris is also may or may not be Santa?
Oh, that's true. Yes.
I haven't heard that story. Really?
That was last
that goes
year.
back like a year now.
Yes, that started up last year because you had the Santa of the North and Mark was the Santa of the South. I think that's what we came up with. Yeah.
I believe so. Yeah.
But this is gonna. So it says why Temple of Doom is the best Indiana Jones movie, and then that's supposed to say analysis. It does not.
It says anal.
This is why you don't make your video titles too long.
So yeah, God, don't get me started on Endgame. I'm not awake enough at the moment to function and just talk about no, I can't.
I'm about to have some of my quantum water.
Quantum water? I have quantum orange juice.
Can I open my quantum wine?
Yes.
With the screw cap. It took me a half hour. I got a bottle last week, and I thought I was getting the screw cap because I'm cheap, and this is just how I roll. And I came home with the kind with the cork. So it took me a half hour on T-Shirt Stream to freaking jimmy that cork down that stupid bottle, but I drank that.
Did you
shit.
do the scissor method?
No, he told me to get a knife, and they're all
Oh.
clocking me because I didn't have
You didn't have a corkscrew?
screwdriver. I didn't have a corkscrew. Screw
That's
top.
fine.
That's what I
they're
normally
for.
get. I know, but I don't need one when I buy a screw top. Anyway, go ahead.
To be fair, sometimes those bottles of wine, it looks like a screw top by all intents and purposes, and then
That's true.
There's a cork in there, and you're like,
and it wasn't my brand. It wasn't Barefoot or Sutter Homes. I don't know what the hell it was, Behringer or something. And I'm like, can I not read? I'm standing right there going, oh, bottle of wine, and I pick it up and I get it home, and not only is it not my brand, it's a freaking corkscrew, but it was pink Moscato, so at least I had that.
Okay, it's Moscato. I will deal with that.
Yeah,
Quantum
I was
hangover. Nice.
Quantum wine, y'all.
Yes. But I hope all of y'all had a great Thanksgiving. If you are English, I hope you, I don't know, had a good day at work. I don't know what you do.
Or Canadian who had it last month.
Yeah, I don't know. Anybody who's not in America.
So quick question.
What?
Is it justifiable homicide when all of your nieces clean out all of your Dr. Pepper?
Yes.
Okay, good to know.
If anyone touched my Diet Coke, hell yeah.
Is this a post-crime confession? Is that what this
No,
is? Like, or is this just a general hypothetical?
Planning.
Okay. All right.
You're filing it away. And
I had
file facts.
I had a case left, and they cleaned me out.
Like, okay, how many people and how many it was there before? Like, so this
we had 11 people total.
Okay.
And I had a full case. And
so that's like a 30,
and they're
like
all
a
gone.
36?
And
like
it's all gone.
Thing.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh, he's right. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh.
So you're going to have to move to Texas for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, Sensei. You're out of luck.
Other than that, my Thanksgiving was fine.
At least ask. Have the decency to be like, hey, this is the last Dr. Pepper. Does anyone else want one?
Yeah.
No, what it taught me is when they're coming over, hide it.
Yeah, actually.
Don't leave it out where people can don't have drinks available for your guests.
Tell them all to bring their own.
Yeah, like have drinks and then have a stash. So
yes.
Mary, what's up?
That's a good idea. Mary!
Hey, Mary.
Hey, honey.
Girl.
Mary.
No.
But yeah, we had 19 people. I had 19 relatives at my house, y'all.
They don't qualify as people?
Well, they do, but I mean, not. I guess including me, I had 20. There was 20, so 19 relatives. Well, in my kids, so 23. Shit.
Yeah.
And some of them I have not seen in years and years and years and years, and they're all so sweet, but they're also, how are you? How are you holding up? How you do? And I'm just like, shit, just give me some wine, leave me alone. So I changed the subject, talking about Fortnite, which was suggested to me, and that shit worked. They were like, oh, what is that? I'm like, I've been playing Fortnite, y'all. Let me tell you about it.
I'm hip and cool with the kids. Yeah. That's what I am. I am playing that Fortnite. I am getting down and default dancing on them. We are so good.
I had my doubts, but I was like, shit, this works. It derailed the whole, anyway, it was fun. It was good.
I know. It's a shock. I took the test, the house test, and I got Gryffindor. I keep being told I'm a Slytherin. So
well, you're probably like Harry Potter. You could go in either house.
Yeah. I've also been told I could be a Ravenclaw. So apparently I can be cunning, brave, and smart, but I'm not compassionate. So
none of that for you, no good.
Yeah, whatever. That's what Hufflepuff is. So I'm like, all right. I'm not gonna read too deep.
Well, I'm Gryffindor, so good.
I'm in the house of not going to Hogwarts because that school is a death trap.
It really is.
Like, they have a bathroom.
Yeah, no, I'm not going.
Damn you, Loki.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, Loki. Woo, 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 whichever way.
damn it. I'm Pan House. There you go. Because I could at 3. There's 3, so I'm Pan
Oh
House.
my God.
So that's how that works.
Well, I took 15 of those damn tests, including the one on the official Pottermore site.
Yeah, that's what I took.
All Gryffindor, except I got 1 Hufflepuff and 1 Ravenclaw. So apparently I don't have any Slytherin in me. But I gave birth to a pure-blooded Slytherin in my daughter. She is like Slytherin. I knit her. Okay, y'all. I knit her a damn film-accurate Slytherin scarf from the first movie.
That's amazing. Nice.
Wow.
And on the Harry Potter stream, you notice I knit her one before I knit me one. I'm still working on my Gryffindor one. On the Harry Potter stream, I wanted to borrow it and wear it. You know, she would not let me. I couldn't find it. And I asked her where it was. And she was like, it's somewhere. And I'm like, you know where it is. You're just not telling me. She's like, it's my scarf. I'm like, did I not give birth to you? It took me, freaking 2 days to give birth to you. C-section, but it still took 2 days because I went into labor early, or actually late with her. 2 weeks late this one. And she has the nerve to tell her mama who knit her a scarf that I can't wear it.
God, that's such a mom thing. I will go all the way back to when I gave birth and you were in pain, and I will bring that up anytime you do.
You know it. I was scheduled for a C-section, and I went into labor way before that C-section. And they were like, okay, well, let's see if you progress. I never did. She did not want to be born.
Thank you.
So give me your damn Slytherin scarf, girl. She never did let me do it, so she's Slytherin.
Captain James T. Skywalker, I get it.
Yes.
I get it too.
That's beautiful. I would take the Pottermore. You have to sign up for it though. Now, I will say I liked everything I got except for my wand. I apparently got the most common ass wand. So I got a basic wand. That was stupid. I got a basic ass wand. I'm like, no, I deserve better than that. But if I want to get a different wand, I have to delete my account and redo everything.
I know, because they say once you do it, unless you don't delete it, unless you get a new account, you're stuck with it. My Patronus is a freaking badger, y'all. I'm a badger.
Mine's a pheasant. I don't.
Okay.
It's just like, okay.
Pheasant trumps badger.
Yeah, I was like, all right, I guess. I mean, whatever. Yeah, I was like, I kind of wanted something cool, but it gave me a pheasant. Apparently, that's what the artsy, creative people are supposed to get. And I was like, sure. I don't know how you got creative and art out of pheasant, but whatever.
I haven't even heard of that. I wanted a cat or a wolf or something that I like. Badgers are mean. They're cute, but they're mean. Pine Martin.
Hufflepuff.
I'm secretly. I did get 1 Hufflepuff. I did get 1 out of those 15 quizzes. I did get 1.
It is an animal. The fuck is this?
Yeah. But the Pottermore put me in Gryffindor, so that was legit.
I don't know. It's a Badger family. Oh my God. It's a sister.
Oh, Mary, that's why we're besties. We're both in the Badger family, honey.
Ah. You know what? You can say
a Wolverine. Okay, I could do a Wolverine.
But that's what Michigan's mascot is, so I would have to hate you. So.
Oh, well, shit. Can't we? It's in Potterverse, so can't we just pretend Michigan doesn't exist?
It doesn't exist in the Potterverse, so there we go.
Yay. Okay, I'm Wolverine, y'all.
It's a well-known fact. The state of Michigan does not exist in Harry Potter. So it specifically just does not exist. Yeah, I'm like a dragon. Dragon would be cool.
Dragon would be very cool.
Anyway, I know we're totally got off subject. Temple of Doom. Temple of Doom anal, apparently. There we go. That's what this says. I'm just reading the title, I'm not being, crass or anything. That's just what it says. So
this is gonna be an interesting video. Temple of Doom anal. Let's do it. I'm ready. Let's do it.
That was the name of the $2 hooker.
Let's do it.
Temple of Doom. That's her name.
That's what she called it.
Oh no.
The year is 1973, and a post-American graffiti George Lucas just hatched an idea for the ages after glancing at an old movie poster of a heroic character jumping from a horse to a truck. The image brought forth fond memories of
Why
the
didn't you
30s
show the
Republic
picture?
Pictures.
That was the picture. Oh no, it wasn't. Was it?
No, that was
was-
concept art.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
That was
wanted to see the
concept art
picture
for Indiana Jones.
of what was it? The character jumping from a truck
horse.
to a horse, or horse to a truck.
Mm-hmm.
well, see, that makes sense, Loki. That's the
It's
Odin
perfect.
thing. Yeah.
That's perfect. A crow. Yeah.
Say what? No, don't worry about it, Chris.
Chris, I'm going with the Wolverine. I am. I claim that. Wolverine's mine. They're cute, but they can
Pictures
get,
adventure
you know.
serials,
Yes.
Lucas
They're like cute and they're rah. Yeah. That's what a Wolverine goes, by the way, in case y'all didn't know.
And
That
redheads
was a
can
very
do that, so
yeah,
I claim it.
accurate portrayal. So.
serials Lucas loved watching as a kid. He was disappointed no one was making B movies modeled after those serials anymore, and thus Indiana Smith was born. It's now 1975, and Lucas brings the adventures of Indiana Smith to his friend Philip Kaufman. While collaborating on the script, Lucas envisions the titular.
Okay.
Okay.
So I forgot that this guy likes to do a lot of unnecessary information at the beginning of his videos.
Yeah.
Although I didn't know it was Indiana Smith originally. That's
Oh, yeah,
kind of
yeah, I
interesting.
did.
I'm glad they changed it though, because Indiana
Yeah.
Jones just sounds better.
I,
Maybe
I,
it's just
I,
what we're used
I believe that was one of the things. Like, if I remember the story correctly, I think that came down from the studio. Like, can you change the name to
Yeah.
Indiana Smith sounds kind of generic. Can you give it?
Jones has more punch.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, Jones is also a generic name, but it fits better.
Yeah, I agree.
It does.
Titular hero as a college professor by day and archaeologist adventurer by night, the origin stemming from Lucas's own love of archaeology. While not in the classroom, Smith was described as a frequent nightclub patron and womanizer.
I would love to have seen Harrison Ford bumping it in the nightclubs. Like,
He could do the Dob.
yeah.
Is he gonna get into like the whole thing where it was
Apparently.
Spielberg also wanted to direct a Bond movie, and they had talked about doing one, but then when they couldn't get the rights, they just like, hey, why don't we take this idea that we already kind of had and make it and take the elements from James Bond that we like, the globe trotting and all that stuff.
You're
Well,
right,
who-
actually.
Who is this geezer on the screen? That's not George Lucas. Who is that?
Well,
No,
no, that's one of the collaborators.
Is that Philip Kaufman?
Okay.
Is that what
He
they said
keeps
it
saying
was?
George
Yeah.
Lucas, and he keeps showing this guy, and I'm like,
Oh, yeah.
he's changed a lot over the years. I don't think that's him.
Yeah,
no,
guys.
George Lucas no longer has a neck for one.
No,
Well,
he doesn't.
Guys like this always like to, I don't know what it is about these videos, but it's very common to see like they're talking about someone and what they're showing on the screen is not what they're talking about. And it drives me crazy, but that's just like, that's actually pretty common in all these. I don't know why, but it just is. So, yeah.
Indiana Smith was a hoe.
However, Kaufman had other ideas and scrapped the Playboy persona, instead having the hero engage in fisticuffs with the Nazis over the lost ark of the
Playboys? I don't want to
Fisticuffs?
Playboy.
Mah.
Let's have him fight Nazis.
Mah.
Like, I just love the jump of that. Like, that had nothing to do with one another.
No.
Oh no, that's funny to me. Like, from Playboy to Nazi fighter, it's like,
Fisticuffs with Nazis.
I'm sorry, fisticuffs with Nazis.
I
my
hate
bad.
that word. I don't know why. It's just.
of the Covenant. Fast forward to 1977, and Star Wars debuted to the masses, changing cinema forever. Lucas, fearful of its failure, vacations to Hawaii with his close friend Steven Spielberg, and the two begin discussing their.
Hold on, make sure I saw this correctly. He mentions 1977, and yes, that's the year Star Wars came out. But he grabbed a preview trailer, and it says 1976 on the bottom.
Yes, that's what it said. Yeah, no, 1000%.
I just want to make sure I saw
is
that.
about to debut to the masses, changing cinema.
Yeah,
forever.
1976.
Lucas.
Come on. You couldn't get like an actual thing that said Star Wars 1977 on there, or just use the opening from the movie itself instead of from the trailer.
I don't,
Okay,
yeah,
this
I
is
don't
gonna
know.
make me doubt everything he says now.
Or
It really is.
Or all you have to do is in Premiere Pro or Final Cut or whatever you're moving, what you can do is there's this little button called you could hit an arrow and go whoop and then woo and then recenter the video footage that you
he can
have.
recrop the
And
the footage so
yeah.
it doesn't show that.
Yeah, like I didn't need to
Just
know
zoom
that.
in on it a little bit.
Yeah. So yeah, because there's nothing interesting happening at the bottom enough to like have warrant that. So
Right.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know if he edits his own stuff. Sometimes these people don't. So
That's true.
And that's fine. It's just like I don't know if I should direct. Like, you know what? To be fair, it's like it is going up on your channel. So even if someone else isn't like, even if you're not editing your own stuff, you should still rewatch the video before you post it on your channel.
Oh, agreed. Sorry, y'all. I'm digging in my eyes, so I don't want to be on camera for that. It's nasty.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I got some cat hair or something in my eye. But yeah,
Cat
I
hair,
agree.
where would you find cat hair?
I have no idea. It's probably Smudges because he's so judgy lately.
Yes. I'm gonna.
Fearful of its failure, vacations to Hawaii with his close friend Steven Spielberg, and the two begin discussing their next projects. Spielberg expresses interest in directing a Bond film. Lucas said, "I've got something better," and proceeded to pitch Spielberg on a trilogy of films following this archaeologist adventurer, Indiana Smith. Shortly after, Smith was replaced with Jones. Spielberg agreed to direct the project, and the rest is history. Raiders of the Lost Ark hit theaters on June 12th, 1981. Despite minimal last-minute marketing, Raiders became the highest-grossing film of 1981 and a global phenomenon, raking in a grand total of $330.5 million.
And what does this have to do with Temple of Doom being the best one?
Because we have to start from the very beginning to understand his point. Because it shouldn't just be based on the movie alone. You know, it's like
all the background. Okay.
Yeah, it's like I don't know. I don't feel like I have to dig into like I don't feel like I would have to dig into the entire history of Star Wars in order to try to argue that Empire Strikes Back is the best one. You know what I mean? Like because it's just the film itself. Like the history before it might be interesting to, you know, people who like documentaries or want to know more behind the scenes stuff. But generally speaking, if you're going to argue which movie is the best of like a franchise, the history stuff before shouldn't really add
needed.
to your point. Yeah, it shouldn't add to your point.
And Arwyn Judge Smudge says it's not his cat hair.
It's not.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's one of your other brothers and sisters then. But you are in charge of them all, so you have to you gotta keep it in line.
We figured out the mystery.
It's horrible, y'all.
We figured out the mystery, Arwyn.
I'm almost done digging. Yeah, they probably do steal my forks. Hide them, play with them, and then hide them.
All right, get cat hair in her eye, and then goes in and takes it out and grabs the fork with their teeth, and then goes in here. You're gonna find like a little place, like if you ever move or you start like doing a deep clean, you're gonna find like a little place where you have a secret fork stash.
I'm convinced there's a Bogart living in my wall, and they're gonna go to knock out a wall, and they're gonna get buried. Whoever buys this house 100 years later is gonna get buried in a pile of my forks. I'm like convinced of that.
I was just trying to add a deck, and suddenly all these forks attacked me.
Trying to open up the space, and it's just like a pile, like an avalanche of forks.
Oh my God! Maybe I'll be around to see it. Maybe I'll haunt the house, just waiting for that moment. And then when that moment, it's like in Lord of the Rings, you know, when the men are when they're released. When Aragorn releases them from their oath, they just float away into the universe. That will be me.
That's hilarious.
My forks have been found. Oh,
yes,
I can go into the white light.
Yes. That's how you unlock.
You can return to Avalon then.
Return
His house is clean. Yes, we did it. We did it. We satisfied our wishes. Anyway, back to this history
Carry
lesson,
on.
apparently. God.
All of this occurred during a year where Superman 2 and Roger Moore's fifth James Bond film, For Your Eyes Only, was
Oh my
expected to
God.
dominate the summer blockbuster season.
Who
You
cares?
think there was going to be a sequel? Yeah, it didn't take long before Lucas and Spielberg were back in the writing room, and the film that followed is perhaps one of the most fascinating, bold, experimental, and cathartic blockbusters ever put to screen.
Okay.
Cathartic?
No. My mom, anytime I sit down and watch this movie with my family, my mom and I are like, we are getting like really and genuinely angry watching this movie because we both hate the blonde bitch. So I am
Willie
sorry,
Scott,
Arwyn.
yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry,
Yes.
Arwyn, that I put your avatar as her head. I was trying.
Oh,
I was just trying to put like that, I put
It's
Josh's
alright.
on short rounds, which surprisingly fit. I don't it's kind of like perfectly placed. But yeah, I was just like, oh sorry, Arwyn.
That's all right. I'll be the blonde bitch for the day. I don't care. It's fine.
Yeah. But yeah, I was just like, no, I hate the character. It's just like I don't mind the rest of the movie for the most part.
No, I mean there are some good moments in this movie.
Yeah, but it's her. It's just like she's just.
Willie Scott is so irritating.
I can't stand it. I get angry watching it, and I think it's genetic because, like I said, my mom hates her too.
Well, wasn't she still Spielberg? I don't think so. Spielberg's honey at the time.
Yes.
Yeah, they were definitely
Yep.
sleeping together during it, and
That's how she got that role. Okay, we'll just call it what it is.
yeah,
She
they
said,
married
"Honey,
too. Eventually,
you got something in it for me?" And he's like, "Yeah, you can be the blonde bitch." Okay,
Yeah.
sounds good.
At least Rob Zombie's woman is somewhat talented, okay? Like, I give her that at least whenever she gets put in one of his movies. This woman is just like, I don't believe she was acting. I really don't. I think that's just how she was. And it just drives me up a wall. I cannot stand her. And it's just like, because if it sticks out, this whole movie sticks out like a sore thumb. If you take the trilogy. Now, like ignoring the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, which took a whole other different route of weird. But you have like Raiders and
Last Crusade.
Yes, and those two are like heavily kind of like religious, like old like Christian artifacts. But then you have this one, and it's like. It's weird. It's like this weird, like alternate, like I don't know. It's
also technically a prequel, and
yeah. There is some fun stuff in there. Like this little cafe area that they're at is called like the Obi-Wan. I found that out.
I will say the first 10 minutes of this movie are amazing.
Yeah.
It just like. Indy kills a guy with a shish kebab like 30 seconds into the movie. That's great.
I mean, there are some good moments, but I don't. It's not. I don't see how it'll be. All right, let me put it this way. Let me be magnanimous. It'll be interesting to see how he says it's better than the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was
the key.
interested in.
Especially when Raiders is like the perfect action adventure film. It's so hard to top that. And then Last Crusade, you have this wonderful chemistry between Harrison Ford and Sean Connery that just carry the entire movie.
It's so good. It's so like I would say Last Crusade is probably my favorite personally. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
My eyes kept picking hair for y'all.
And that's fine. If that's your favorite, I don't care. It's a whole different other monster to say favorite versus best. If this is your favorite, I'm totally cool with that. I don't care. And you know, and Short Round is by far the best part of the movie, in my opinion.
Short Round is great.
I wish he was in more things because I absolutely love Short Round. He's what keeps me sane while watching the movie, because he's like kind of the audience in a lot of places where he's just like, ugh, this woman. Like, oh my god.
You don't call him Indy. You don't call him Indy. You call him Mister. You don't call him Indy.
You gotta earn that. You can't be that
Closer.
familiar with him. What is this?
He's Mister.
Oh. And she did. She turned the redhead camera back on.
I just had to pick something out of my eye, which is not pretty for anyone to see. So sorry.
Yeah. And yeah, no, happy to. It's totally cool. If this is your favorite, I'm 1000%. But to argue that it is the best with Raiders and Last Crusade, it's like I don't know if I can. If that's, I don't know if I could agree with that.
Now I will say this, because for me, I always thought Temple of Doom was the weakest of the three. However, when Crystal Skull came out,
yeah. No,
that eliminated Temple being in the weakest indie movie.
It did. It was like I could see where y'all were going with it, but like between Shia LaBeouf, like at no point was I convinced Shia LaBeouf was the daughter, the son of Baron Ravenwood and Indiana Jones.
Yeah,
like I was never convinced that whole movie.
Yeah,
I get it.
agree.
It was the 50s, and we were going a different route from the Nazi shit, right? And it was Cold War and all that kind of stuff and greasers and whatever. But it's like, okay, you don't have to have everything that's happening in that decade in the movie. You didn't need all the nuclear shit, all the UFO shit. You didn't need the Cold War. You didn't need like the, McCarthy kind of style things, the Men in Black, the
whole Indiana Jones thing with aliens, that goes back to the original script Lucas came up with for Indiana 4 back in the early 90s.
Well, that doesn't, just because Lucas wrote it doesn't mean it's good.
I know, but it's like that was an idea he'd been pressing for a long, long time.
Yeah. So it's like you can't you cannot let Lucas off his leash. You can't. You
That's
cannot.
true.
He is controlled.
Leash.
And that was the fact that Spielberg was involved heavily helped out the indie films, because it kept things reined in.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah,
I agree. And it's been a long time since I've seen a lot of these. So, but from what I remember, I agree.
Yeah. That is it is in post-production hell. It is. God, if that movie comes out,
not even post-production hell. It's in
Really?
production hell, because they.
I thought they finished
stopped.
it.
I don't think they did. I
did
think
he get injured or COVID or something?
He got injured, and so they had to break filming, and then they announced that they were freezing production.
God, that if it's post-production hell is a whole other different monster.
Yeah.
Than if you are in production hell, like if you've ever seen Tropic Thunder, that's what production hell looks like. Okay, that is like. I don't mean the movie. I mean the movie they're making within the movie. Like where there is no communication. They are completely past their budget, completely past like the point where they should have cut off filming. It is like this. Basically, no one's having fun. Everyone is stressed out. It is a nightmare, and it is just basically they've taken the budget and severed the artery, and it is just bleeding everywhere. Post-production hell is. We decided to do we did a bunch of reshoots. We've edited the movie like 20 times. Like it's new mutants, right?
We've added like 20 new scenes since we started filming, and
it literally is not the same thing when we started. Like not even remotely close to what it's an entirely different movie, and we've like at least doubled our budget on all of that. Because anytime someone is working on something in a movie, money is being paid. Anytime. And
that's
even
true.
when they're off the set and they're like sitting in hotels and shit, that's money. It's like anytime during the movie process, so they probably were just bleeding money, and Lucasfilm and Disney have not been doing good lately. And it's just like that they were just like, okay, pause, time out. We're taking a time out.
I agree.
Well, yeah, because I mean, it also speaks to there's no voice. There's no singular voice saying this is the vision I have for the movie. Because then things can be planned around that. When you're constantly, let's add this. Oh, let's try this. Let's do this. Let's do this. It means the decisions are being made up by a committee, and there's no one voice.
Yeah.
And that means whenever this cluster will come out, it will feel like 15 different movies smooshed all together and like, here it is, Indy 5, yay!
Wee!
Yeah, because the fourth one went over so well. The fourth one went over so well that we decided to make a fifth one.
We had to have a fifth one. Nobody was
I don't know how you're gonna do that because how you ended Indiana 4 is, are you gonna have Shia LaBeouf? How are you gonna explain that?
Yeah.
You're not getting back. You're not doing that story again. I know you're not. You're not that dumb. Okay.
Plus,
I've been
also,
surprised before.
It also needs to be. It also just flat out needs to be stated. Harrison Ford is getting too old to be the action hero.
He needs just to be the general.
Now it looks like Grandpa. No, just someone get Grandpa his medication. He's getting rambunctious again. He's gonna hurt himself.
Grandpa's down the block again, crumbling about Nazis and communists. We gotta bring Grandpa back.
But okay, think about
He's just whipping birds.
Yeah, he's such a damn diva. He has a fit about playing Han Solo. I don't want to play Han Solo the rest of my life. You kill me, But yet he's out there hobbling around, arthritic and all, which is, look, it is what it is. We get older. It's fine.
Yeah,
but
it's fine.
Come on, Indiana Jones.
I'll admit, moving Crystal Skull. One of the few things the Crystal Skull did correctly was they didn't try to shoehorn in. Oh, this is still Indiana Jones fighting the Nazis in the 30s when it's been 25 years.
Yeah, he's obviously much older.
Yes, they moved it into the 50s. Now it's the Russians. The Nazis are gone.
Yeah.
Those were all the correct decisions.
Now they showed too much in the 50s because they did. They literally had a probably like a checklist of like, all right, things that happened in the 50s. All right, we had nuclear stuff happening, Cold War, Men in Black, UFOs.
Mm-hmm.
We had, fucking greasers, and we had all of this other, elitism taking over, and all this other shit. It's just like a list of everything that's happened in the 50s, and we're just like, no. One of the great things about what you did with 1 and 3 is it focused on a very narrow portion of history.
Right.
Hey, the Nazis want artifacts because Hitler is obsessed and completely out of his fucking mind about
it gave him a completely logical reason as to why you cannot allow Hitler to get this artifact.
Right.
Yes. Exactly. It makes sense. I don't want to see Hitler live forever. No.
That was his world perspective right there. It was focused. It was narrow. Not everything just thrown at you. That's just unrealistic. That's not our sphere of existence. We really, we're centered in a pretty narrow little thing in the world. Yeah. It's a little better now because we have the internet. But back then, you knew what you knew. It wasn't like you had to have everything on the plate. That's crazy.
Yeah, if you wanted to, how they could have easily fixed this is they could have kind of replaced the Nazis with the Russians, but it's even more so because there are communists hiding out, right? So you really don't know who to trust.
Yeah, the whole Red Scare and all that. Yeah,
right. Played that up and been like, hey, the Russians are kind of just as crazy as the Nazis, but they want other shit. Like they want nuclear stuff. So you could have kind of dipped a little bit into how, because there's a few James Bond movies that take place during that era that kind of lean in towards that. So you could do a little bit more towards that, but maybe instead of focusing on like nuclear, it could have been, I don't know. You could have done something similar. Where you narrowed your focus, and because I didn't know until like the Indiana Jones movies that the Nazis were interested in those relics because Hitler wanted to have all of these mythological artifacts and their arsenal, like mythical weapons basically. Yeah. And so I thought it would have been interesting if they would have just kind of done something similar, if the Russians
kind of keep that basic idea of the Russians looking for these ancient weapons.
Yeah,
that's all you really need.
Exactly. It's Indiana Jones, y'all. It's not that deep.
Yeah, I mean,
you know, it's like
Exactly.
yeah.
The plots to the Indiana Jones films are not that complicated.
They're not. They're fun and they're
Stop
you know
Hitler
but-
from getting the Ark.
Yeah.
Stop Hitler from
Hitler
finding
from
the
getting
Grail.
the Grail.
They're
Yeah.
not hard.
Not
Yeah.
the fucking not. Let's go to these, this Indian slave camp where they have magical rocks and are making blood sacrifices. Like, okay, that's interesting and original, and I give you that. But like that's kind of off like the track, you know.
Yeah.
And
And
they
then-
got that poor mystic who clearly did not speak a word of English, and he learned his
No.
lines phonetically. He had no idea what he was saying.
No, it
Poor
was
guy.
very obviously some of those actors that were in there is like
Mhm.
those are not like professional actors. Like
No.
these
Yeah.
are just like these are just a dude. that you
So
found,
who they
like,
got? You know, just it could have been the freaking caterer for all we know. I mean,
Yeah.
we don't know unless
This guy
go and
looks.
read about
This
it.
guy looks mysticky. Does he speak English? Nah, we'll just teach him his
mysticky.
lines.
You look
Yeah.
mysticky.
Yes, but there's
That's
so
my
many
new
little.
word.
Yeah, there's so many things you could do that they just narrow the focus. I don't even know what's happening in Indy 5. I haven't looked into it. I haven't no rumor, nothing. I'm kind of leaving it alone at the moment. I'm like,
Yeah,
I
me
got
too.
other things to worry about. I don't know
I was
what it's
actually
about.
happy when they announced they were postponing it. I'm like, good. I don't
Mhm.
want it to be made.
Yeah.
I really don't.
Reconsider your actions.
We don't need it. We don't, we
No.
don't.
Yeah.
It's not something I give two shits about seeing, y'all.
No,
And then
I'm
the-
not gonna see it in
care.
theaters.
I
I'm
don't
not seeing the
care.
new James Bond movie in theaters, and I love James Bond. I'm not doing it. Like you have
and
to sell me.
apparently,
You have to sell me.
and all I knew and all I heard was the the crazy lady who played the social justice robot in Solo.
Yeah, the activist
She's
one?
writing this.
See, I thought
Yay.
she was invited on as a consultant,
God.
and I got
And
my
then she
wires
became a
crossed.
writer.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
got my wires crossed between No Time to Die and this
Mm.
movie, and I was just like, okay, guys, in order to write women, you do not need a female consultant on how women behave. I
No.
guarantee you know how women act. You're just so scared. They're just, guess what? They're not new species. It's like pickup artists, right? They're trying to sell it to you like women are like this entire different species. And so in order to talk to them, you have to like mentally trick yourself into like just acknowledge it. It's like, no, the whole human race is not men. And then you had the sudden emergence of the female. No.
But I thought women didn't
Exactly.
exist until Brie Larson showed up.
That's right, mother of the
Oh,
vagina.
God.
Remember?
No. It's like, no.
It just went. Free.
Guys, they've been writing women for years and accurately like human beings. It's okay. Like Ripley in the first Alien movie was not supposed to be played by a woman, and yet guess what? It worked because
Yeah, God, it works
women are
so
just
good.
human beings, and you don't have to really, unless you're doing like a love story or something that is psychologically exploring how women act, because men and women do act differently.
Mhm.
Other than that, it's like if you're just writing like a character, kind of just you don't really you
Yeah.
don't have to be like,
Yeah.
well, I don't know how women act. How do they go to the bathroom sitting down? I don't know. What do we?
It's still the human
like us?
race.
Like,
Yes,
yeah,
it's still yes. Men and women are different. We think differently.
Yes.
We're duh. But men have been around women long enough to have gotten a little bit of a clue. I mean, damn.
Sudden emergence of the female.
We're not as deep as these feminists want to make us out.
No,
We're really not.
there you go, Happy Dinosaur. That's
Yeah.
true. That's true. Yes.
Yeah.
You know what?
Good
That's a
point.
fair argument. I'm actually
Yes.
really going to use
Women
that.
and women or Wimixum or whatever the hell that is
Yes.
with the where they replace it with the oh god
Wh-
vomit.
wh-
Bleh.
Yes. I don't know where the
I believe the
women
term is
started.
women X.
Women X. Nobody ever
No,
better
it's
call me that or refer to me that. I will be like, shit, I'm
Yeah.
gonna mess you up.
at least
I'm
have
a
two
woman,
X's.
damn it.
Yeah. Point to
My-
my chromosomes.
My mom threatened to disown me if I ever referred to her as birthing person.
Oh god, yes. Birthing person.
God, yeah. Yeah, no,
I'll
you
smack
have-
a bitch for calling me that. I don't care.
All you're good for is birthing the other members of the human race.
Birthing
You
person.
have been limited literally to the, not even to your genitals, to the single act in your genitals that differentiates you between a man. It's like literally all you are.
And what was that other one? Persons with cervixes or people with
Oh my God, are you
cervix?
serious?
Yes,
What?
I'm
That
very
one.
serious. People with cervix.
Of course you are.
Cervixes or person
Oh
with
my
cervix.
god.
I
Ain't
saw
that-
that and
ain't
I
that
just
a
about
bitch.
I got goddamn papers,
Yeah.
y'all. I was just like, what? Sorry.
Yes.
Don't mean to
Yeah.
derail, but
No. It's all right.
Mom, some random guy on the internet you have no idea exists said that he has your respect.
No, the Chris Persia. You gotta try to convince her that she should know who this is.
Yeah.
The
It's
Chris
Chris.
Persia. Yeah, the wrench of wrenches, the mighty wielder of mods. He is the king that rules over the moderator community of YouTube. You
Yeah.
don't know who that is? Really?
holder of the
Everyone
wrench.
knows who Chris Persia is. Yes. He's also known as Santa Claus. Maybe you know by that name.
Yes.
So, all right,
And
back
of
to
the
this
north.
fucking history lesson. Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Perhaps that's why, over the years, it's become my favorite Indiana Jones movie.
No, that's not what the title says. No, no, favorite and best are not the same thing. I just said that.
That's true.
Not
Yep.
the same thing. Just because
Yeah.
you like something does not mean, like the
It's the
Saw
best.
franchise is probably at least one of my favorite horror franchises. It is not good. Okay, it is not a good movie series as far as objectivity is concerned. But I love that stupid thing so much. I do. I love that thing. It's so dumb and it's so over the top. And Jigsaw, even though he dies in the third film, becomes like a godlike Nostradamus who can predict everyone's actions for years to come. It is just it is absurd, but I love the stupid thing to death. And but no, I'm not going to argue that it is the best. I'm just not. But it is one of my favorites.
One of my favorite movies is The Hobbit, and there are people that will throw down and kill my ass for that, but I don't care. I love it. The first one, I love it, y'all, and I don't care who else. But no, I'm not going to go out there and say that is the best Peter Jackson film ever made, because I know better. I'm not stupid. I like it, but I'm not stupid. So it's opinion versus this guy is saying this is the best, as in the gold star, the blue ribbon of all the Indiana Jones movies. And can I just say it annoyed the hell out of me that he put, and because Harrison Ford is hot. What are you, a 14-year-old fangirl? No, that's got nothing to do with why this movie would be the best because Harrison Ford was hot. No, sorry.
But I don't think he was just referring. I don't think he had that comment in there just in terms of Harrison Ford's appearance. I think it was also he was on top of the world at that time.
Star Wars
and then the first Indiana Jones movies right on top of each other.
Yeah, but that still's got nothing to do with why this would be the best movie. That annoyed the shit out of me when I saw that. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, I would even argue that his just from me, it's like when I see a guy that I think is attractive start loving it up with a woman that I find incredibly not just annoying, but a bane to my existence. Their attractiveness just goes out. It was like when Tom Hiddleston dated Taylor Swift. I was just like, my man.
Oh, he did.
He didn't
know that.
Loki dated Taylor Swift.
I don't know how long it was, and I'm pretty sure it was a PR stunt. But he even in one of the photos, he was wearing an I Heart TS shirt, and they're making out on a rock. It was I could not find him attractive after that.
She's been everywhere, y'all.
Great, Tom. Now you're gonna get a fucking breakup song. Now we're gonna get a new Taylor Swift song. Thank you for contributing to that.
I think she's been all over. I mean, you think my sausage is global? Damn, Taylor Swift's is galactic.
Dude, it was.
She's been everywhere.
yeah, it's just a woman I find unbearable. It's like when you are like when you are associated with her like that, I'm just like, really? You tapped that? Really?
And he's so handsome. Like, yeah, he could have.
Really? You could have any woman.
Give me a call, Tom. I'm single.
No, right? It's like you have your pick. Literally, you are getting marriage proposals anytime you tweet. You could tweet peanut, and you would have like 50 marriage proposals in there from women. Okay, you have your pick, and you went with that one. Really?
There's no judging for taste, Eris. I guess we're just. But yeah, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that broke my heart when I heard that.
Like Taylor Swift has long since spent the sympathy gathered from her when the whole Kanye West thing happened.
Oh, that was hilarious though.
Oh God, yeah. I was like,
any sympathy that she garnered from that has long since got away as we got to know her more.
Yeah, it was kind of at the point now where you're like, well, he had a point. He was just ahead of his time. He had a point. Like, I don't know. There are a few of her songs I like. There's a song called Haunted that she went with, and it was like this. It's the only song I've ever heard where she did it like this, but it was like this like beautiful, like literally haunting song. I know based on that, but it's like she got a whole orchestra in there, and I love when you mix orchestra with any other like type of music. And it's beautiful. It's a beautiful song, and she never did another one like that. And I was just like, you know, and I'm a white girl, so I like shake it off.
You know, I never heard one song from her until about 4 years ago.
Yes,
4 years ago was the first time I heard her song. I heard her sing, and I was like, okay, I like the song, but I wish somebody else would sing it. Because I like singers with a little more vibrato and a little more depth and weirdness to their voice.
But I mean, the whole thing about
that was their ship name, no joke. Like that, he understands. You got it. Pod racing.
Honey.
Pod racing. Yeah. You get it. You were there with me. I just didn't know you at the time, but you suffered through that era with me.
Farming in the wrong field. I'm sorry.
Anyway, sorry to be interrupted. I was so surprised by somebody that actually remembered the hit
more of this.
It was just trending on Twitter, and it was just like the worst thing ever. I was just like, what is going on?
Although to be fair, if all it took to make a movie the best was a hunky guy, then Aquaman would be like the top of the pack.
Yeah.
Okay. Because
they made $1 billion.
Yeah.
There's no denying Jason Momoa, although I'm normally not into him, in that movie as Aquaman. Okay. It worked.
And even Amber Turd was pretty hot in that movie.
She was. Oh my God, she was. She was a great Mira. She was. They were beautiful together. They were gorgeous together, and it worked. And you were like, just kiss, just shut up and kiss. Damn it. I just, but anyway. All right. That was my rant.
How dare you?
How dare I? Oh my God.
I forgot pod racing's also English, so he probably just felt like brotherhood cringe. Because like Tom Hiddleston's British, and it's just like, oh no, we don't want that over here. Take it back to America. No.
Time out. He's British.
Tom Hiddleston is British. Yes. Have you never watched any of the Marvel movies?
Yeah, but he does. He's always plays Loki.
Yeah, he's British. He speaks in his real voice as
that's
Loki.
his natural voice.
Loki is British in that, and then you have Chris Hemsworth, who is Australian. So you have like two different accents.
Okay. Well,
damn. Okay.
I was
playing Scandinavian folklore.
Arwyn was this.
I like Scandinavian accents too, y'all.
So we have a Brit and an Aussie playing American cartoon versions of Scandinavian folklore.
That's right.
You know what? I'm wow. Okay. So dated skanky Taylor Swift. Sorry to Taylor Swift fans. I'm sorry. I just she's been all over the universe. So
don't apologize to them. They know.
And he's shit. Okay, I'm gonna have to rewatch some Marvel.
Yeah, watch you some Ragnarok.
The
Avengers movie.
Tom was not the only thing she was shaking off.
No, remember the Criminal Minds dude? The guy, Reed, the really smart one, from Criminal Minds. She also dated him for a little while too, and that hurt me too. I was like, why do you keep going after the guys I have a thing for?
She's getting in her closet, all of them, and it's like they've all been
And then she writes a song
now.
about them. And it's like, great, you're just furthering her career. People, stop dating Taylor. She'll stop making songs.
Ugh.
No, she'll make a strong, independent woman. I don't need any man. And then she'll
Maybe
mac on another guy and be like, oh, yeah, I don't need you anymore. I'm at the top.
Maybe she
But-
Those are like
with
half.
Paltrow
Those are
to
like
make
half
a
her
vagina
breakup song.
candle.
Like half of her catalog are all just breakup songs,
Yeah.
and then the other half are how she's going to move on and ignore the critics because she has such a thin skin. She has such a thick skin that she can just move past it, even though she keeps bringing up her critics.
Or
at least with
time.
Adele, you don't know who the hell she's talking about. It's all private.
Yeah, it's actually, I appreciate, I like Adele.
And
Adele's
I
really
do
solid.
too. She is very private. Now I know her divorce was public and all that, but even then, the private details she keeps private, and I have to respect that because you just there's some shit,
hard to
y'all,
do.
you do not want to blast all over. That's not cool to you. That's not cool to whoever you're with. It's just, no, you don't do that. That's not cool. And I know people who do that, and I'm just like, you're nasty.
Yeah, I mean,
Taylor Swift looking at you.
Yes.
I mean, I don't think it's a coincidence that the celebrities that seem to be kind of sane don't live in LA. They commute there, do the thing, and then leave.
Yes, they're quiet. They don't share their whole life with everyone. It's like you could literally go into Taylor's music and you can track her entire private life from when she hit the spotlight in her music. I am not joking. You can. It lines up perfectly. It is in time.
Yeah.
You could even notice a drama. And I mean, like that thing between her and Katy Perry. She wrote a whole song on that for some stupid reason when it was literally nothing. Literally nothing.
Yeah.
That's what Bad Blood's about.
She did. It wasn't Harry Styles, the one of the song she did called Trouble, which was the first song I ever heard from her, was Trouble. And I'm like, who the hell was she talking about? And then I've read somewhere it was supposedly Harry Styles and her had a thing, and she wrote that song. And I'm like, damn, girl, keep it behind doors.
Yeah.
Wildest
There's
Dreams,
no
I think,
discretion.
was Tom Hiddleston, if I remember correctly. I think that's where that lined up.
Poor man has a song in her repertoire. That's just shady.
No, that's what she does. If you are with her and you end things with her, which it's like,
I couldn't date somebody like that. I couldn't.
Yeah, you're going to be in there. It's like, I don't know how at this point you can date her because you know if something goes wrong, which if you have dated as many men as she has dated and it never seems to last very long, I feel like that should be warning signs. Like, I think obviously something's wrong with her if she dates you for a brief amount of time and then something happens and then she writes a song about you. It's like, I feel like, I don't know, I don't really believe.
But then look at someone like Carrie Underwood. How long did she keep, or that she was in a like some sort of a home accident that like caused like a bone in her face to break and she needed surgery? How long did she keep that private? Months.
Yeah. And when she came back, she had a little scar, and that's all that it was. And then she got the scar done, and that's pretty much the only way you knew is if like you caught her like coming out as like her she had a little scar and everything.
Oh my God, Tom Hiddleston. Okay, y'all. Okay, real quick. Yeah, I don't know why, but in the Marvel movies, he does not sound British to me. I do not know why. He just does not. But he does sound British because I lived over there for a while, so there are some people that just don't sound British even if they are. But now I did forget he did do the movie. It's one of my favorite movies. He did Crimson Peak.
Oh yeah, that's where you see his ass.
But I thought he was playing a British guy.
I know that for science.
I freaking love that movie, y'all. Oh my God. But you got an American playing the British sister, and you have, I think she's Australian, playing the American girl. So I just thought, well, they went with an American. I don't know why, but he does not sound British in the Marvel movies to me. I don't know why.
Really?
I swear to God, he sounds like an American that's trying to put on an affected accent,
Okay,
like
hold
saying
on.
the words properly and all that. But no, I don't. It never clicked that the guy was actually British in those
I'm
movies.
going to share with you.
Is
a
Hiddleston a
commercial.
common name down where you are?
No,
Okay.
That's
I'm
a
in
British
the South.
name.
We never. Well, shit, I never met any Hiddlestons when I was over there. I'm
So-
sorry.
Arwyn, just for you, I'm sending you his Jaguar commercial, which was like the most British ass thing I have ever fucking seen in my
I
entire
gotta
life.
lower my shoulders here. I'm ready.
Girl, I just sent it to you in your DMs. Feel free
Okay,
to.
let me look.
It is one of my favorite commercials. But yeah, he does a Jaguar commercial as a British villain. Like he is the epitome of British villainness in it. And look at my Taylor Swift joke. Which one?
Okay, if I watch it now, though, y'all be able to hear it.
She probably will. Don't know that about that.
Ooh, God, look at that car.
That is true. That is true.
Come on,
Pod racing.
step out of the
You're
car.
right.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
but he has like the most posh, well-known British accent.
I don't know, y'all. I'm stupid. I never claimed to be a brainiac.
You're not stupid.
I just, for
Sweetheart,
some reason,
I don't invite stupid people on here.
it's just
Oh,
it
should I
never
leave?
clicked that he
Gosh.
was. I always thought he was kind of doing that,
No, it's fine.
to sound that way. But I never. Wow.
Girl, it's okay. No, it's 1000%. I have realized things like we have on the Weather Channel. They have the local on the 8s, and it took me entirely too long to figure out that local on the 8s meant they showed the forecast for the week when it hit 8 on the clock. And I didn't know why they called it local on the 8s. I was just like, whatever. I don't know what that means, but sure, we can do that.
Then I don't.
Yeah,
Wow.
see, now you feel better. Yeah, no,
I
it's
do.
all right.
Thank you,
fair.
Eris.
You're welcome. The more obvious something is, the less I have a chance of seeing it. Right.
That's okay.
I agree.
So what I was my first day in college, the professor asked anyone if they had any, he was trying, the professor was trying to get to know the students, right? And he asked, does anyone have any ink? I thought he meant pens, and I raised my hand. He
Ink as in, what does he mean?
tattoos. He meant tattoos.
Oh my
Oh,
god!
the
I would have done the
ink.
pen thing
Ink.
too. 1000%. I'd be like, yeah, I have a pen. What do you need? How did you
What
come
I
to
thought.
this class and not know you did not
To
have a
be
pen?
fair, that term is not really used in just general society. I mean, people who have because I've asked people before, hey, can I see your ink?
Yeah.
But it's because I know they have tattoos and they know I like tattoos, and but just to say, hey, does anyone have any ink in a college classroom? Yeah, come on, dude.
That's fair. That's
He's
fair,
just
man. I
trying
would have
to
done the
be-
pen thing. Yeah,
I
I would have
agree.
done it too.
I feel better now.
You should.
No, I would have done it. Yeah.
He screwed the pooch.
I would have asked him what color he wanted.
I've
So I
been
was like,
I've been
have all
carrying
different
that burden for almost 20 years.
Oh, honey, no,
Blue, black,
baby.
red. Yeah.
No, ink it's like I said, it's when you're with
Yeah.
people who know what the hell that is. It's not just a general, want to see my ink? Most people be like,
Yeah.
what are you talking about? My tattoo.
Yep.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah,
So
I
don't
didn't
feel so
know where
bad.
you were going with that story. I was like, he needed a pen? Why did he need a pen? Like-
Pen, computer. Well, no, shit. Computers don't use. Yeah, they do. Printers use
Yeah,
ink.
a printer. Yeah. Could have been
So-
printer ink. Like, hey, I have printer ink cartridges right here. I'm a college campus, like one of those sleazy salesmen that have it lining their jacket pockets.
Mhm.
Like, hey, you need some
Mhm.
printer ink? Yeah, you need some
There you
printer ink. I got this cat here.
What's a printer ink? Opening the coat.
To be fair, I actually found out that printer ink is more expensive than, you can sell printer ink and you will be more profitable if you sell printer ink than blood. Blood is not as expensive as printer ink. So,
Oh my
Isn't that fun?
God. That
Like-
wow.
your literal lifeblood, the thing that keeps you going, is
I have
less
an idea for a
valuable.
side business, Eris.
I've just
God.
found that out on things that are, more expensive, whatever. Anyway, moving on. I don't really have, that would have been fun.
Well,
Just whipped it out. Just like, wow, yeah, I'm ready. Everyone told me I was crazy when I bought this, but I'm ready, man.
I'm ready for my college career to start.
My teacher asked for it.
Let's get on with this really, really boring video.
However, it wasn't always like that. Hey, how's it going, everyone? Griffin here from Film Speak, where we like to say the conversation
this guy.
continues.
Yeah, Griffin Schiller. I love this guy. His
That's
last name
Hey,
is so,
Griffin Schiller.
Griffin Schiller.
Hey.
Oh, he's still. Hey, he finally has a James Bond poster of the movie that came out.
Yeah, he does. He has no time to die everywhere. It's just like,
Yeah.
I am digging the Japanese poster because I like Japanese style posters. I think they look really cool because I think
I do
Japanese
too.
writing is kind of an art form in and of itself. So
I agree. It's beautiful. I agree.
yeah, big fan of that. So
After the credits, and of course these video essays are a great way to continue that conversation. So be sure to stick around and subscribe to the channel for more content like this and more insight, analysis, and interviews behind your favorite movies.
All right.
Welcome to Jurassic Park.
no,
Not Jurassic Park.
No.
Welcome to
the party, pal.
Wait.
no,
no. What?
this isn't funny. Stop.
Oh,
Get to the movie, dude. We
Yeah.
don't give a shit.
I hate cringe. I hate cringe jokes like this.
It's 30-minute long video, and you've already wasted 3 minutes of it doing nothing. We haven't even really talked about the movie yet, and Arwyn has to go in like 10 minutes.
It's his fault. Absolutely. He's just waffling on about bullshit. Come on, dude. Get to the meat of it.
We were also 20
really-
minutes late.
yeah.
That also helped.
And
No, I wasn't going to mention that.
We can't really also complain, I guess, about waffling around about bullshit. We went from talking about
But
Taylor Swift's whole dating career. I don't know how.
and I'm
Yeah,
Tom
I know.
Hiddleston's British.
Yes. The mighty debate of Tom Hiddleston. Are you British or not?
Okay, we'll scratch that. Just never mind. I said that.
That doesn't even get out of here, Willis. We're not even talking about McTiernan. What are you?
no.
You're not talking about
Who is
Jurassic
this?
Park
Did
either.
he say Willis? Did he say Willis?
Welcome to the Directors Project, a monthly playlist featuring creators across FilmTube who decided to get rowdy and discuss some of your favorite filmmakers. And who the
Is this what Rowdy looks like for film tube? Are we sure? Okay, sure. We
All right.
That's it. This is
I'm gonna be
some
done with
crazy
this
shit,
damn
guys.
bottle of wine before he even gets to the point.
I love the idea of you going on Daryl's stream and you're just wasted. Like
It's
from
okay though.
wine.
It's Daryl. Daryl will probably be like, "Hey, here's my vodka."
Oh yeah.
Who the hell else would we be starting things off here with for the month of November than Papa Spielberg? Yes, we're going to be talking about the man, the myth, the legend, the father of blockbuster cinema, the only name in
The
blockbuster
father
cinema, the
of
only name in
blockbuster
filmmaking.
cinema?
Alfred Hitchcock would like a word with you.
How about Gone with the Wind? Which, when
That
adjusted
too.
for inflation, is still the highest grossing film of all time without an international release.
Yeah. Papa Spielberg.
You're
Papa
welcome, Happy
Spielberg?
Dinosaur. I'm happy I could help. You're welcome.
Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah.
I love the freeze frame.
The freeze frame is good. I'm screenshotting that. That was
Yes.
pretty solid.
Papa Spielberg.
And don't Photoshop anything into that microphone over any of that. There's no way you could do that.
Josh, I would never. How
No.
dare
No.
Sausages or anything.
you? No, a hot dog. Yeah.
After this video, we're not even going to talk about other directors. We're talking about Steven Spielberg. So please go support the work of my fellow creators who decided to participate in
Who is
this
it?
month's collaboration by clicking the playlist right over there. And if you've got something to say about Spielberg,
Don't want to touch
create
it.
your own video and then tweet it out to AJ from Prop Culture at Prop Culture. All right.
We might have
Okay.
some new people to talk. about
Yeah,
that.
I'm taking notes of that.
Take notes of that. 'cause
Prop culture.
we keep doing like the same people because I'll search bad whatever takes or bad reviews or whatever, and the same people keep popping up. And I think it's because I've clicked on their videos enough that they keep getting recommended to me enough, and I just look for titles.
That's why
And
I use an alternate account
So-
for when I do the searching for these things.
I should do incognito mode.
Yes.
I just realized
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
That way,
okay.
that way, these people don't flood your feed.
Yeah, because they. God, man.
Now let's take a trip down the dark side and talk about why exactly I love Indiana Jones
That's not
and the Temple
what
of Doom.
I came here for.
Growing up, Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom was always the odd one out during our weekly.
That's a very accurate impression of Temple of Doom.
Temple of
Actually.
Doom.
That's a fair.
accurate.
That's a fair picture.
Yeah, it's just
But favorite and best, two different things. You said it.
yeah, I hate
Favorite and
getting
best.
clickbaited on this kind of stuff.
I
At
agree.
least Renegade
Annoys the
Cut.
shit out of me.
Yeah, Renegade Cut doesn't do that to me. All right, his stupid title is his take. Okay, that is, I can rely on Renegade Cut to give me that. Same thing with Jesse Gender and on Movie Bob and all that other kind of shit. I forget that he likes to interchange. He's like, well, I liked it, so it must be really good objectively. I'm like, how are you a film critic and that is your stance? How did that happen? I'm not at all a film critic, and I understand that if I look up best and I look up favorite or good, those are different definitions.
Right. Right.
They're not the same. Those are not interchangeable. So
I agree.
it's just annoying.
Rewatches of the trilogy. Raiders was the family favorite, though ironically, I had to look away during the face melting climax.
Okay, fun fact. That you're pussy. Okay. Because my brother and I, when we were like really young, we couldn't we didn't make alcoholic drinks because like we're young, really. We're like 10, right? And so we would make chocolate milk. We'd pause the movie and we'd make chocolate milk and we would toast and drink chocolate milk to the melting scene. Because it was our favorite scene in the whole movie.
He's a pussy.
Like, hell yeah, Nazis being melted. Woo! Yeah.
I love it. I just never heard anyone just come out and say, he's a
Yeah.
pussy. He can't deal with the melting scene.
He's just like, I can't deal with the melting scene. This is like,
It's a
10-year-old
great
brother
scene.
and I were sitting there like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Toasty chocolate milks. Go, bitches. They're melting. I mean, God.
May I have a golden apple? No. No,
Oh.
you cannot.
Her
Actually,
golden
just go to
apples are
Hobby
precious.
Lobby and
She
get
just
one.
doesn't just give them out to anyone.
No. I collect them. They're not shared.
That's right.
Of that film. And my sister and I absolutely adored The Last Crusade. When it came to
Yeah,
watch
Last
Temple of
Crusade's
so
Doom,
good.
there was always some form of hesitation.
Yeah.
No one was ever in the mood, and I was often told, "Oh, that's the worst one. Well, we should just skip it. Yeah, don't bother with that one." So what did we do? We skipped it.
Yeah.
I went several years before inevitably taking it
I don't
upon.
know who told you that. When I first started watching the Star Trek movies, my dad was like, "Oh, we're gonna skip number 1," and I was just like, "But I don't like watching things out of order." He's like,
Yeah.
No, you can go back and rewatch it. It will not affect your viewing. You viewing the second one. But I don't want your first Star Trek movie to be number 1. I want it to be number 2. I was just like, okay.
Team number 2.
Poop. It's a poop joke. Over.
We're not 12.
Yeah, we're 5 over here talking.
And I will
about
say-
We're younger.
And again, to this movie's credit, I really like this layout of her in front of the logo like that.
Oh no, 1000%. Yeah, I like that.
Okay, Eris, I have a question for you. If she was another actress, do you think you would have such an annoyance towards her, or is it the character herself?
I think it's the character.
It's the character, and
character?
also like it's just
Okay.
like you sit there and you're watching it, and you just how you get the feeling like suspicion and disbelief. Like you can tell when someone is acting so well, they kind of take you in, kind of like Phoebe from
Yes,
Ghostbusters
yes.
Afterlife. Like you believe that's the character.
Yes.
There's a whole different other side to that where you're just like, you're not acting. This is just how you are. It's kind of how I feel when Jeff Goldblum or Bill Murray is acting nowadays,
Mhm.
and just like that's just you.
Who
isn't
they
it?
are, yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's charming and you like
But
it.
it-
But
but
with
Where they now just play a persona.
or Will Smith, that's kind of like that's
Yeah.
just you. Like it's not really. It's you playing this. Her,
Kate
it's like,
Capshaw, right? Isn't that the actress Kate
Yes.
Capshaw?
yes, it's like,
Okay.
that is you. I know that's you. And because it's just,
Yeah.
I don't believe for a second that you're, it's so.
I get it.
I
Okay.
think he wrote the script, banging her, knowing that's how she was going to be, and she was just going to be the pretty face. This was
Yeah.
Indy is kind of James Bond movie, because let's be honest, 90% of the Bond girls are very irritating. So
I mean,
Yeah.
good point.
so it's kind
Okay.
of like, funnily enough, knowing that this was like they wanted him to be like James Bond and scrapped that. It's weird that they had such success with Raiders and then seem to go to that, because you could see James Bond kind of doing this stuff, especially at the beginning.
Mhm.
So it's like, it's very, I don't know. It's just it's hard. Okay, Marion Ravenwood, you have that, and then you went to this. Now, if you went to this and then Marion Ravenwood, it would have been different, I think.
And that is
But
what
it's-
happened chronologically.
Yes, but at the same time, that's not how. And for the most part, no one watches Temple of Doom first.
I know.
People watch Raiders, Temple of Doom, and then Last Crusade.
Yeah, the
But
last
yeah.
one.
Yeah. Yes. But yeah, it just it's I don't know. It's like, if it was somebody else, okay, I guess I'll answer it. If it was somebody else, I think the character would have been entirely different. I do not think this character would have ever existed if anyone else would have been cast for the role. I think it would have been different. But because he was fucking her, he probably had a lot of he was probably very swayed in what direction the character went. And if it was literally anyone else and it wasn't fucking her, I think is the other stipulation, it would have been a different movie. I just, yeah, Marion's fantastic. I love that. I love that character. Anything goes. God, now I got that song stuck in my head. Thank you, man.
Anything goes. Yeah.
But yeah.
Except, doesn't she do it in Chinese?
Yeah,
Or
exactly.
whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how she got this.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, 1000%.
Oh, hang on, y'all. I think I got a link. Okay. Yep. Daryl sent me a link. So I got to go to the powder room first, and then I got to go. So.
It's okay. Do you have a literal powder room and then a bathroom, or is it just like
just terminology? It just sounds nice
Okay.
when saying, I got to go to the bathroom.
right? They weren't dating during the making of Temple 2. Oh, I didn't say they were dating. I said they were fucking.
I thought they were, but
Yeah.
something was going on. Maybe that's
Just
how they
'cause-
met. Who knows?
Just
But-
because Spielberg was hitting that does not mean he wanted to permanently take her out for dinner. Okay, no,
Exactly.
that's not how Hollywood works.
Yeah.
That's from what I gathered. That's what it is, and it kind of shows too, unfortunately. But Arwyn, plug your shit before I keep talking about how much I hate this woman.
Okay. I got Daryl's stream at 3, Backtube. I've got T-shirt stream at 5.
Damn.
Tomorrow, I believe I may be on McEnany's stream. I may with Maria. I don't know. This was just kind of a spur of the moment thing, so I've gotta confirm that with him, because I believe I'm off from fan fantasy story ideas.
Okay.
And then Monday I will post, because I haven't done it the past couple of weeks. I've been bad. I've been slacking, but I will post what I'm doing for the following week. Of course, Pink and Purple on Wednesday at 5. I believe this is on Purple's channel this time.
Yes,
So
it is.
I believe so. Yeah.
yeah. So
'Cause
anyway,
it was
that's what I'm
fun.
doing. And tonight I may be at karaoke on Ramblings. I don't know. It just
Nice.
depends. It depends on because Memes has been doing this breaking the multiverse thing. If they have it during when I'm streaming, I won't. If he has it later, then I may do that. So we'll just see. But anyway,
I'm just real quick, Arwyn, just to let you know, I've been working on another song for Bree to appear on
yay!
karaoke.
Oh my God, you're gonna do it tonight?
I highly doubt that.
Oh.
Because I still need to work on it a little bit more to get it down.
Okay.
It's a difficult song to do.
I can't wait. I'm excited.
Yes, I missed the last one because I was on shenanigans. So I'm gonna have to see.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anyway, y'all have fun.
Provided Mary allows it, because there is some profanity in it.
Well, it's on Rambling's channel, and Rambling is like, I don't care.
That
if
is
it was
true.
if it was on Mary's channel, I could see, because the cherry and everything. But Rambling, are you kidding? He does that. What's that last one? God, what's that last one that they do? Now I can't remember.
Okay. Just have like a
Anyway.
soundboard where you bleep yourself out.
Yeah, he doesn't. Rambling, he doesn't care. Anyway.
No.
All right, y'all. Love you. Mwah! I'll talk to y'all later.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. We're down a women.
Equality.
Give me 1 second. I know, terrible timing. I've like drank almost like a quarter of orange juice. Yeah. Anyway, I have to use the powder. That's what I have to do.
Use the powder room, y'all.
Powder room.
All right. Okay, let's see what this guy. Let me back up a little bit here.
During the face-melting climax of that film, and my sister and I absolutely adored The Last Crusade. When it came to watch Temple of Doom, there was always some form of hesitation. No one was ever in the mood, and I was often told, "Oh, that's the worst one. Well, yeah, we should just skip it. Yeah, don't bother with that one." So what did we do? We skipped it.
Okay.
I went several years before inevitably taking it upon myself to watch Temple of Doom one afternoon while I was home from school sick. I remember enjoying it for the most part. The nonstop action and spectacle of it was fun and exciting, but something was missing, or rather, there was something incredibly different about it.
Well, why? Why? Why are you doing this? Just why? I mean, yes, I know it's what he just said in reverse, and he's trying to say that look how something's off about it, but just why? But I mean, as far as his arguments, I can't really argue with what he just said. I'm just why?
I've returned. Blame Fez Cat. I didn't do anything. What did I do? I literally just got. Oh no! What happened? We broke it.
Yeah, he was saying how there was something off about the movie, and he had what he was saying written backwards. I don't know why he did it this way.
I need a fucking mirror in order to understand what's going on. It's like, what are you supposed to do? Take a picture. I would take a picture of it with my phone and then look at it in a mirror because it's so deep. But yeah, there we go. I agree. Yeah, we are like 5 minutes in, and I mean,
we're almost a fifth way into this video.
He's kind of just like, I kind of did, I kind of like didn't know anything about it, and then I got sick. Yeah, because I was listening. Yeah, I was listening. Super. I didn't know that it was my parents kept skipping it and whatever, and then I finally watched it when I got sick. It was okay, and I'm just like,
and there was
I don't
something
know.
incredibly different about it. Why write that backwards? I'm really bothered by that.
No, there's something incredibly different about it. Yeah, it was like it was missing something. Like, and there was something there that needed to go away that no one wanted. Yeah. You see, again, one of the problems with this movie is it being a prequel is interesting, but now you have, okay, we made the first one, and Short Round, which is like his short Round isn't in it, but he's like, there's other characters that come back in other movies. You see what I mean? It's like, well, I don't know. I feel like you don't just introduce a character in a prequel that is never mentioned again. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Unless there's like enough time has passed or the circumstances have changed. Like most of the prequel characters never being mentioned in the original trilogy of Star Wars makes sense because there is so much shit that happens between, especially like the first prequel and by the time 4 happens, that and so many people and so many die and so many big events like that completely change and reshape the galaxy's power structure occur that you don't really have a moment where you're like, there are all these specific characters that I miss and all this stuff. And it's like, yeah, Obi-Wan never talks about Qui-Gon Jinn, but my man has had some shit happen to him. And there are a lot of people that are gone in his life that he doesn't mention because it's like, if he starts talking about all the people that are dead from his life, it's going to probably be really depressing because it's like almost the entire Jedi Order got wiped out. So like everyone he ever knew is pretty much gone, except for his Padawan, which is now like the number 2 bitch of the Empire and like has helped wipe out pretty much the entire Jedi Order. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. That makes sense to me why he would never mention any of the people for the most part from the prequels. But in this, it's like, I don't think Temple of Doom was that long after or before Raiders. I don't think so. Maybe a few years, but it's like, I don't know.
Maybe. I'm not exactly sure when it takes place.
Yeah, and he's never mentioned ever again. Just never mentioned. And it's just like, I don't know. I feel like it's like what happened. That kid was like 10 years old. So if it like, let's say 4 years took place between Temple of Doom and Raiders, then that kid's still 14, which means it's still a minor. It's like, okay, Indy, you were kind of the parent, kind of like in charge of him. What happened to him, Leo? Like, I don't know. It's kind of just weird to me.
So Temple of Doom is set in 1935. Raiders is set in 36.
Okay, so it's even worse. There's an 11-year-old that went from being that was the basically kind of Indy's kid at that point, slash like sidekick, is has just vanished between movies. You're just like, I don't know. He's never talked about. He's teaching in America, and like, did he just leave him there? Like, I don't know. He throws short around in an orphanage. Jesus Christ. It's just so messed up. Like, it's hard. Wuhan, he died in Indy's arms. Said, we went on many adventures you have. This time I'll go first. And we know. Yeah, no, I know. There's so many things that, like, it's hard to watch. It's like Temple of Doom is a prequel, but it's hard to sit down and be like, you know what? It makes sense because I can see the continuity of it. It's not like these characters were talked about in it, or we see like, we hear about Short Round or anything, and then like it's kind of like we discover it's a prequel.
Oh my god, Pod Racing Palpatine.
What? Are you serious? Oh no, I read the whole thing. I read the first portion. I was just like, oh wait, what? Oh god, you're joking. I thought you were serious for a second. I was like, oh no. God, who wrote that? Fucking Ryan Johnson. Jesus Christ. No. I don't get it. I don't understand. Yeah. there's a lot more than it's like it's like a it's a very different movie from 1 and 3. It's not just that. It's there are so many things that the fact that it is a prequel is I hate using problematic as an unironic word, but it's problematic. It's hard to it doesn't seem like it's a prequel. It doesn't even seem like it's a sequel. It seems like it's an alternate universe almost. Like it just doesn't work. You know, like imagine so you have Dr. No as James Bond, and then you have From Russia with Love. So I want you to, instead of it being From Russia with Love, I want you to take From Russia with Love out, and I want you to put Her Majesty's Secret Service in there. Okay, so I want you, Dr. No, Her Majesty's Secret Service, and then you have Goldfinger. Like that's kind of what I'm talking about. Is it's like it doesn't work. It's really awkward, and it doesn't work. Like if Her Majesty's Secret Service was a prequel, that's what I'm saying. Like it's just because it's not really talked about. Like I think there's one line in one of the later movies where he was like he was married one time, and that's it. They never talk about that movie ever again because it was so awful. I never got through it. It was so bad. But it's just like it doesn't work. It's like all this other stuff, and then you have like this weird like Hallmark romance movie where they're going on horse carriages and walking around in parks, and she's this amazing woman, even though the only thing she's done is lose a fucking card game in a good-looking dress. That's all she does in the movie for the most part, and then dies. That's her whole character arc. You're just like, okay, but like she's apparently very important, and there's all this other shit that happens. It's apparently very important, but then is never addressed. You're just like, you were just like, yeah, that really sucked. Moving on, like Ghostbusters 2016. Like, oh, that was bad. Moving forward, just ignore that one. And it doesn't work. It just does not work.
And quick note, because you mentioned it, I just want to say, From Russia with Love is my favorite Bond movie.
I like it. The girl's a little annoying. I don't know. It's like
I bet
she's supposed to be like this, like I don't know, kick-ass agent, but I also understand it was the 60s. So, you had Bond with his lesbian converting dick. So it's kind of one of those like I take it a little bit, but I do like it. I like the characters in it, and I do like that it connects with other characters later. Because there's like the son of the guy that dies in From Russia with Love is actually helps Bond in a later movie. So that's really cool. I can't remember which one it is, but
and they also made a really good game based off of From Russia with Love, and they brought in Sean Connery to reprise the Bond.
That's the only way you could have gotten that to work. Yeah. I agree. Yeah, but yeah, it's one of those like I don't know, like I'm a sucker. Like if I had to, I don't know if I could pick a specific Bond movie. I love them all for different reasons, but I would say Skyfall might be my favorite opening. So, a lesbian converting dick. You're right. You know some weird shit has been invented in the Q department. You know some weird ass shit. You have a bunch of lonely nerds in there for the most part. Like, some weird things have been invented when everyone's gone, and there are some side projects in there that they don't talk about, and they definitely don't give the Bond because they don't want Bond anywhere near them. So, anyway, moving.
It was nothing like what I had come to expect out of an Indiana Jones movie. It was violent, graphic, horrifying, disturbing, and yet darkly comedic and playful. Temple of Doom was wacky and pulpy. It strived to be more than just a repeat of Raiders. It was very much its own thing, which is ironically why it feels so detached from the franchise. After that first viewing, I had many questions and shortly found myself having an odd fascination with the film. It became an almost obsession, actually. Why was it so...
Okay. That was just all one big jumble.
Yeah, that was a lot of nothing, actually.
But what he was saying isn't inherently wrong.
No, it's not.
It did try to be different than Raiders, but that doesn't necessarily mean they made correct decisions.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I just realized Arwyn's head on how I have this done is possible.
She's still with us.
There you go.
So all future thumbnails have Arwyn like somewhere in there, so that when it goes back down to the two of us, Arwyn will still be there.
Yeah, I used to make thumbnails as like just an extension of me. Like I love messing around in Photoshop, and it's kind of just an extension of that. And now I'm kind of making them. I'm like using our avatars like in the thumbnails, and I am evolving as a thumbnail creator because I don't know. I see a lot of YouTubers have their face in the thumbnail, and I do not have the cringe capability of sitting there and cutting out my face reacting to something and putting it in a thumbnail. Which is, I don't, and I think the Fez Cat just sitting there for whatever it is, like has the static expression of
Clubby.
I love that. Hey, what is up, my dude? I hope you had a good Thanksgiving. My man. Yeah, she's in there and with us in spirit. Covering up the annoying
I'm still
face.
kind of recovering from my turkey coma.
It's okay. It's all right. Turkey's supposed to make you sleepy, so that means you did good.
Is it so different? How did two of the biggest names in blockbuster filmmaking get away with this? And yet,
because they're the biggest names and they could do what they wanted at the time.
That too. Also, they just because someone has made good movies before does not mean they will continue to make good movies.
No.
Ridley Scott's a good example of that. He gets so wound up in his world building that he never stops and asks, does anyone else care about this except me? Does anyone else want this? He's like, no, everyone must want to know with the aliens, how the aliens became the aliens that we know today. Even though there's no reason the face hugger, like all those eggs on the ship should have resulted in looking like those same eggs look like how they did in Prometheus, and then how they like those same face huggers made aliens that look like how they did in Prometheus, and then how they looked like in the first Alien movie, which that's not how species work.
Right.
It's taken a lot of different like birthing and then face huggers in order to get them to look like what they did in Alien, according to those movies. And it's just like, Ridley, watch your own shit before you start writing something new.
Yeah.
Okay? Like J.K. Rowling in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them 2.
Oh wait, isn't she canceled now?
Yeah, whatever. She gets
like
canceled
she's not invited to like her own 20th anniversary or something like that.
If I were her, I would create my own anniversary and like have the party like down the block from them, and just be like, yeah, come at me. Yeah,
I'm only the career. You would not have a career if it wasn't for me.
Yeah, come at me. Come the fuck at me. I will bring tea, and I'm going to bring cookies. Okay, come at me, and it's free. Like I'm not charging people for this, and you can just party with me down the block. I'm gonna sit out in my chair, and you're just gonna have to do that. So, or just talk to Universal Studios in Florida and have your party there. So, and whatever.
And yet, why am I enjoying every second of it? In the subsequent years, I found...
You said you did. You said you just thought it was okay at the beginning.
He keeps talking about how he was uncomfortable with it when he first saw it, and then upon reflection, how his opinion of it has changed, but he keeps interspersing them.
Yeah, like how did you not be able to handle the melting scene, but you're totally okay with a dude getting his heart ripped out of him, his still beating heart ripped out of him,
Mm-hmm.
and watching him die as he's burned alive in a
And his
I don't-
heart's ripped out, yet he's still alive. Why doesn't that cause like instant death?
magic rocks.
Fair enough.
Found myself revisiting Temple of Doom the most. And it wasn't until I began to understand the story of
Yeah,
how
the
it
beginning
got
scene I like.
made that I truly appreciated the beautiful anomaly that is the second Indiana.
There's several things at the beginning that is really classic
yeah.
Indiana Jones.
Like I said,
the raft,
the first 10 minutes of this movie is amazing.
yeah, even to this point where it's a raft, it's like it's kind of like I don't know. Like if you wanted to say like, oh, it's kind of problematic because of the dinner scene and it's like I also don't know, but I don't know what it was like back then either. I don't know. Like
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I think some of those dishes might have been there. I do not think all of them. I don't think cultures are so incredibly different food-wise that there is not a single edible thing being served in a palace. By the way, the kid who is ruling, all right, is not serving all of that nonsense because he's a kid. He's like, I don't know. Maybe I want some mashed potatoes. I don't know, man. Maybe we can cut out the mucky brains and I just want some mashed potatoes, my dude. I don't know, maybe that's like incredibly American of me, but it's just I just that scene's like very strange, and how it's very obvious that a lot of the village people are not actors. Like
No.
those are real people like that. And I haven't looked it up, but I don't know if they paid them for that really well either. So I don't know. It's just like once they get to India, it's like kind of a weird movie past that point. But you have a lot of well-known scenes, like the heart-taking scene. The alligator scene at the end is also very well-known. But kind of in between that first chunk and then the very end, it's kind of like, where are we going with this, guys? What happened here? Like, you had me going, and this is good, and I just.
And of course, it has the very iconic scene with the bridge. With when Indy's like wrapping his leg around the rope and holds the sword up.
Look, now we have
That's great stuff.
Yeah, Clobby, who knows things that no one else knows, coming in and helping us out. I did not know that. I've never heard that. So, but.
And Mythbusters actually proved that the raft thing could actually work.
Yeah, they did actually. I remember that.
I was stunned.
Yes.
I was like, "There's no way that actually happened. That could work." Oh my god, they actually could.
And yes, by the way, he did say that earlier. Yeah.
Yes.
He gave him like $5 for think of confidence. Yeah, it's just like I don't know. It's kind of uncomfortable when you get older and you start thinking logically about it. You're just like, no, those are real people. Those are real people like that just live there, and it's just like I don't know. Like I don't know if they live in as poor conditions as it's displayed in the village, but like those people they're not actors. They're not like extras, and I don't know. It's awkward because there's like no possible way they were properly compensated, right? There's no way. Just I don't know. I don't see it as like. I'd have to do more research on that, but not just. It's more like I'm going by a gut feeling on that.
Indiana Jones adventure. When Lucas first approached Spielberg with the idea for Indiana Jones, he told Spielberg that if he directed the first one, he would have to direct the next two, rounding out a trilogy. Lucas also assured Spielberg that he had mapped out the entire story for the trilogy, and in the words of Spielberg himself,
it turned out George did not have 3 stories in mind. We had to make up all the other subsequent stories. So it was like 2 weeks after Raiders opened that we knew we were going to have to sit down in the room and figure out what Raiders 2 is going to be.
But did Spielberg back out? Of course not.
No, he got to fuck the woman that was the star. No, of course he didn't. He was getting laid.
He also got paid by George a lot of money.
He got paid lots of money, and he got something, on the side. Okay, no, he was not backing out. After what a success the first one was, like the likelihood of him backing out was insane. There's no reason for him to have backed out at that point. So
he made a pact with his friend, shook his hand, and was going to see this one through. However, the road ahead was filled with turmoil and uncertainty, both in Spielberg and Lucas's personal lives and in creating a follow-up to Raiders.
Yes.
During the filming of Empire Strikes Back, Lucas insisted Irvin Kershner.
Yes.
Yes. Lucas has mentioned numerous times he wrote Temple of Doom while he was going through his divorce from Marsha Lucas. And that he mentioned, so some of that dark feelings came out.
Yeah, literally having your heart ripped out. Yeah. Indy kind of having a slight midlife crisis in there somewhere. I can kind of see that. Yeah, it's just kind of like, Indy's only like 30 years old. He's having a midlife crisis. It's like,
make a darker second act before the Star Wars saga's inevitable
but it's a prequel, so it doesn't count. That doesn't
Naturally,
count, man.
he wanted to take that same approach to Indiana Jones, something even Spielberg wasn't sure about. I think Temple of Doom was ahead of its time for my own sensibility, said Spielberg during an interview with Empire, and exactly right on schedule for George's. George was...
Yes.
Well, no, my point ended up being invalid because he brought up like the first part of the quote,
and
it didn't finish with quotation marks. I'm like, come on! And then he finished the quote. He put in a comment, then finished the quote.
Gotta hate it when people do that. Just give me the quote, man. Yeah, he was going through a dark period. Empire Strikes Back works. It just does. It is the best. It is so good. It builds. It builds on what came before. It gives you character development. It progresses the story. Temple of Doom is not like Empire Strikes Back because you can literally cut it out and it changes nothing between 1 and 3.
Mm-hmm.
Even 4 continues the story better than Temple of Doom does. Yeah, think about that. Ain't that a bitch? Because Marion Ravenwood is in it. And because Marion Ravenwood is in it, it continues the story better. It just does. So you can cut Temple of Doom out and nothing changes. So if I can cut your movie out of a trilogy or like a franchise and everything stays the same, something's wrong. Like the Halloween franchise, as fucked up as it is, I can cut Season of the Witch out and nothing changes. You can literally banish it from existence and nothing has changed in the franchise storytelling. So
yeah,
it's if you do not have Empire Strikes Back, the whole story falls apart. Even in the prequels, the whole story falls apart. Empire Strikes Back is a pivotal movie in the Star Wars universe. It is huge. So there's no way to cut that out.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not including the sequel trilogy in this, by the way.
I wouldn't either.
Because God, it doesn't fucking care about continuing on the story. Why should I care about it? So
we had Thanksgiving this past week, right?
Oh, we did? I didn't know. Thank you for informing me.
And news, I know. Breaking news.
Breaking news, Thanksgiving happened.
I was talking to one of my nieces, and she mentioned that she's never seen any of the Star Wars films, and I literally just told her, just watch the 3 originals.
Yeah, if you get more curious, you can watch the prequels, but then you're gonna. I would advise if you like that, then maybe Clone Wars. But I would actually read the EU books. I would say. Um,
She's also not a nerd, so
I'm just I was just like if
Yeah.
you like it, if you're not a nerd and you just kind of want to watch them to be able to say you watch them,
just watch the originals.
just watch the 3 ones. It's okay. You might not be able to talk about a few things from the prequels, but
And that's fine.
that's okay. It would be people are going to be a lot more understanding that you didn't watch the prequels or the sequels than if you're like, I haven't watched anything. It's like, no, it's kind of, I don't know, it's fine. So, sequel trilogy, I don't know. What do you think? Yeah. I know it's unrelated adventures, but it continues on. It's like in Star Trek, right? It's like, that's very, very episodic. But there is kind of like if you sit down and watch all of it, there is continuous character lines throughout it. And that makes you appreciate it more. I am not saying that 4 is is really good in any way. I mean, there's like a couple scenes I would be.
No, I mean, and the thing is, Indiana Jones was heavily inspired by the old time serials, so you just basically need those characters just in a fun adventure. That's all you really need.
Yeah, but like I said, at least I will give 4 credit. It did continue the story better than Temple of Doom did.
This is I won't argue that. That's fair.
Yeah, but Temple of Doom has, I would say, enough things in it that are like cinematically classic and well known than Kingdom of the Crystal Skull does. So they do have positives and negatives. I would say watch Temple of Doom before I would say watch Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. It's just very frustrating that you had. It's like one of the reasons it sucks is you were sleeping with someone, Spielberg, that did not have enough talent to carry the leading lady role in any way, shape, or form. And that's very frustrating because there's several good things in that movie, but then you just didn't connect it. No one and Lucas didn't connect it either. Like neither one of y'all sat down and was like, maybe we should connect them in some way. If that's just like mentioning Short Round at some point ever again, if it's like showing one of the adventures that guy at the beginning that dies talks about, I don't know. It just I know, but nothing happens. Temple is never referenced in anything that takes place after that. And it's Raiders, I will give you a pass on, but Last Crusade, really? Like that's him.
I mean, Last Crusade referenced Raiders.
Yeah.
So
why couldn't he have referenced Temple?
Yeah, like I remember when he's going through the catacombs. And it's like, oh, that's the Lost Ark. How do you know? Trust me. Little nods like that.
Yeah, just like I don't know. There's several there's times in there that you could have had like even like the most mild of acknowledgement of Short Round's existence, right? It's just like it's like it's erased.
Or as annoying as she is, would you ever forget meeting someone like Willie Scott?
No, I would. I would even have probably had a joke where it's like, well, we both banged the same chick, but and yeah, she's a Nazi, but at least she's not that one bitch. God. Yeah, she was a Nazi, but at least she's not that one. Jesus. Like rank her lower than the Nazi bitch that decided to sleep with.
Well, the Nazi bitch was way hotter.
I know, but I just say I don't know, something a little callback. It's just like no, he's like, well, I've been with worse. That could have easily been a callback. You don't even have to say. I don't know. It just Goldfinger didn't reference stuff. Claudia. What am I going to do with you, Claudia? You know what? I am going to use this because it was classified. Come at me. It was classified. Yeah. So, yeah. It was classified information. That's why Bond never talked about it.
Yeah, but that wouldn't stop Goldfinger from referencing Dr. No.
Actually, wait. Don't they reference him? They reference him from Russia with Love, do they not? Because he's like, well, that failed. Anyway, moving on. Let me stroke this cat. Like, they do reference Dr. No. And then from Russia with Love. And Russia with Love, if I remember correctly.
Oh, it's been such a long time.
They don't outright do it, but it's like there's a missing chair. I think, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
There's a missing chair. True. And from Russia with Love, because he was one of the numbers. So, I fucking
that
outdid
is
your
true.
Bond nerd. I outdid your Bond nerd. What is up? Come at me. Ha. Totally didn't remember that because somebody pointed it out to me myself. I totally pointed. Yeah, anyway, moving forward.
George was going through a dark period. Indeed, this wasn't the best of times for Lucas, as he was going through a nasty divorce during Temple of Doom's production, resulting in his disgruntled mental state seeping its way into the subconscious of his filmmaking.
And nobody sat there and was like, hey, this script is not your therapy, George. Like, this is why you need to not surround yourself with yes men. You need to have someone be like, honey, sit you down and be like, maybe not. I mean, what if we just changed a couple things, right? You know, what if we just did this other thing? Yeah.
That being said, even Spielberg was going through a breakup at the time, resulting in a film that crossed the threshold of darkness they were initially aiming for.
Yes, you had a midlife crisis from Lucas, and you had, I just had a breakup, so I'm sleeping with the leading lady, Spielberg. So excellent. That was a good
Spike in madness.
Nope, not quite, not truly wrong. Oh, come at me. Are you serious? They do reference him in For Russia with Love. No, not quite, not quite. Really? Really? I will sit down and fucking watch that movie again, and I will endure the clingy bitch that annoys me. Jane, I can't. I'm so just. I know I'm a secret Russian agent, and I should be like very emotionally and psychologically equipped to deal with this, but it's like, no, stop, woman. I love this movie. Stop it. That's a Willie and Scott was just a hit it and quit it kind of girl. Yeah. You want to do Bond trivia? We're gonna. I'm inviting like a showdown. I'm putting way too much faith in my memory, and I'm very tired. So, and I'm not sick anymore, so I can't use that as an excuse. Josh, I need an excuse.
Turkey coma.
Turkey coma. That is my excuse. Brought to you.
And
by
you're
Josh.
distracted by Ohio State.
That is true. I haven't. Do I even want to? I don't want to know. I'm scared. I don't want to know.
In fact, I go as far as to say
See,
that
that's
much
a classic
of Doom's
scene
brutality and mean-spiritedness is the direct result of two young, pissed-off filmmakers with bad attitudes and bad moods ready to unleash their inner edgelords.
Yeah, I'm not denying this.
No.
Yeah. They were both in dark places at which is why the movie has a darker tone. So,
and your point is
that still doesn't explain why you think it's the best Indiana Jones movie.
Forgot that's actually why we're here. I forgot that's why we're here.
Right, we're here because why Temple of Doom is the best Indiana Jones movie. Anal.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
obviously,
right there.
a filmmaker's mental state reflecting the art they create isn't exactly something new. However,
No.
what's always fascinated me about Temple of Doom is the notion of two of the biggest names in blockbuster filmmaking
Having lives?
creating a wholly unrestrained and cathartic sequel to one of the biggest
Nope.
franchises.
Prequel. Not a sequel. It's a prequel.
Yeah.
Come at me. You can't say this is your favorite and the best and not know that it's a prequel. Come on.
Franchise starters of all time. Lucas and Spielberg knew they had to shake things up for a sequel, but even they
Stab her
never
now.
intended to go as far as they did.
I think we went darker than any of us really wanted to go. But you're in the middle of it and you're doing things, and it's a matter of what you do every moment.
The cynicism of toxic relationships permeates throughout the entirety of Doom, both literally and figuratively. The genuine and heartwarming relationship between Indy and Marion Ravenwood is nowhere to be seen in this bachelor's paradise. Indy is far less
No, this is a bachelor's nightmare. He has an annoying bitch that won't go away. She like literally hit it and quit it, and she sticks around. Okay, that is a bachelor's nightmare.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I would even go as far to say probably how George Lucas felt pretty accurately. Like, oh, I thought I really liked this woman, and then
Plus, this
now...
also takes place before Raiders,
yeah,
and Marion was 10 years before Indy, whatever they went through before that.
It's kind of it's kind of implied in Raiders that Indy was kind of robbing the cradle when it came to
A little bit, yeah.
So it's kind of like, oh, that girl hit 18. Whoop whoop. Yeah, Ohio State is about to lose. No, I knew they were gonna. I knew from I watched the first 30 minutes, which is why I was late, and I was just like appalled at how Ohio State was playing today. It was really awful. But
try being a Badgers fan. It changes. Your standards are lower.
Hey, well, at least none of us are Detroit Lions fans. Okay, we have that going for us. At least,
This is
man.
true.
Okay, like their highlight of their season was a tie. Like they didn't win a single game all season.
I mean, how bad are you when you tie one of the worst teams in NFL history? You can't even beat them.
Embarrassing, beyond embarrassing, man. And it's just like, dude, what are you doing? How have you not found a way to revamp your program? Because I would actually cheer y'all on if like you made a like 180 and just like did one of these sports movie things where they take a really bad team and make it really good. It's just like, I don't know what y'all are doing. I really don't. I don't know how on earth y'all are just anyway. Stupid video.
Interested in meaningful relationships and instead adopts a somewhat playboy persona. Both Indy and Willie Scott's interest in one another.
No, Indy's always been flirtatious.
Yeah,
he's a charmer. He's always been flirtatious. That's not new. It's just how he is, and that's continuous.
Yeah, he knows he's a good-looking guy, so he uses what tools he has available to him. I mean, he was flirting, with the German girl, to try to get information and stuff like that. That was always a thing. He was always a flirt.
Yeah, it's like, funnily enough, you watch the other movies and then you go back to Raiders. Marion is a breath of fresh air. She really is. She's like, I really love that character. Mm-hmm. But yeah, he's always been flirty. And flirty does not automatically mean that he sleeps with everyone. Fun fact, Bruce Wayne actually doesn't sleep with everyone. That's his persona. He puts on the, I could never be Batman, right? Because I'm a CEO and I'm always drinking and I'm always fucking. That's my whole life. But like he gives the illusion of that.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean he's, flirty and giving that illusion doesn't mean it happens. This is like, see, I would have believed this movie was a sequel if she was his, what's it called? Oh, what's that? What's the phrase called?
Rebound.
His rebound, yes. If he was his rebound after Marion Ravenwood, I would actually believe that, wouldn't you? Like that actually makes sense to me. Like
Still a little too soon.
it would have to, the dates would have to be pushed back.
Yeah, because Raiders took place in 36, and it's implied that was about the whole thing with Marion was about 10 years before that, I believe.
No, I would say she was his if after Raiders, this was a sequel. So if it was
Yes.
instead, it took place. Yeah, see what I mean? Yeah, it's and not notice. Yeah, his students. I am sorry, you do not
Oh,
write
yeah.
"love you" on your eyelids like that shit,
Or
unless
paint an eye on your eyelid so you can so it looks like you can wink differently or something. Well, that
yeah,
was a weird one.
yeah, that was weird. But it's like, no, is it gonna tie all the previous? I think it's one of those where you're just like, it's an abandoned ship movie. You're just like,
Mhm.
you know, warning, abandon hope, all ye who enter. Like it's kind of what should be on like the front of every screening of Indy 5. Like just know what you're getting into.
Is purely
Oh, hold on, I wanted to highlight this comment. So if you didn't have if you went home with Bruce Wayne and you didn't end up having sex with him, are you really, as a woman, going to tell all the other women who knew that you went home with Bruce Wayne that he didn't bang you? Really? Oh, he's banging everyone else but you. Really? You're gonna be that one? No. She would have lied. They're like, yeah, we did. Of course we did. I'm just saying, from a female perspective, there is no way on any planet that she is not lying her ass off at that point. So
purely sexual and allows the filmmakers to have some fun with it. The whole will they, won't they hookup scene that takes place inside the palace is a horny screwball comedy aimed
you mean the scene that like where they act like two pouting teenagers?
That's a screwball sex comedy?
Yeah, I didn't get
What?
that. They're both hard up and they're both very convinced that the other one is going to want to sleep with the other one, but they're both too stubborn to go to the other room. So if you wanted
that's stupid melodrama. That's not screwball sex comedy.
Yeah, if you actually wanted that scene to be funny, nothing should have happened that night. And they just went to sleep. Yeah, they just went to sleep and then woke up the next morning and were just really like angry at each other over breakfast. That would have been funny. Okay? And then argue who fell asleep first. Okay? I would have actually appreciated that. But no, that's not what happened. It doesn't work. It doesn't work.
directly at more mature viewers. The two filmmakers are well aware of the outdated and embarrassingly shallow portrait of women in the...
Shut up. I was more concerned about this. Of course, yeah, great, thanks. Wonderful. Great. My team lost. Ugh. This scene summarizes the movie, their relationship in the movie. She's like, yes, kiss me. And he's just like, but archaeology is over there, and I'm interested in that, so whatever. Bye.
So, I mean, yes, it is. The scene is played for laughs, but as Spike and Madness points out, so what?
Yeah, good for it.
What does that have to do with why this is the best Indiana Jones movie?
I don't know, man. Oh.
In these serials and exploit it. They also clearly had some disdain towards their former lovers and were able to get that out of their system here. In fact, due to its relentless pace, snarky attitude, and loud narrative voice, Temple of Doom feels as though Spielberg and Lucas are passive-aggressively ranting to the audience. Many view that as off-putting, and I can absolutely understand that, but I absolutely adore its brashness and find the whole thing fascinating. And through that, you can see pretty easily why Spielberg and Lucas cringe at the thought of this film. And
Okay, fun fact, we're not even halfway into this fucking video. I just wanted to announce that.
Yeah.
I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know. I'm kind of at a loss at this point. I don't know. I don't know how much he could say, how much more he can say. So, whatever. Yes.
and look upon it
Oh,
less
yeah, we're sorry,
fondly
Spike and
than their
Madness.
What? Why, I hate you. Why do you do this to us? I don't know. Why do y'all watch?
Okay, again, yes, Spielberg and Lucas were going through divorces and bitter breakups during the making of this movie. So can you interpret that the treatment of Willie Scott is a reaction to that? It's probably in there somewhere.
Yeah, I think that probably. In fact,
Yeah, I'm not denying that. It still
Not
has
in-
nothing to do with why you think this is the best Indiana Jones film. This is all behind the scenes stuff related to the movie, not why it's the best indie movie.
no.
You can find the behind the scenes stuff as fascinating as you want, by all means.
Yeah, I mean
But
it
that
is
does not-
interesting. Give him that. It is interesting, but I don't. That's not why I'm here. So
Yeah. Your argument is this is the best Indiana Jones movie. The drama behind the scenes does not make this the best film. My brain's starting to melt, and we have so much more time left to go.
my brain's not melted. I'm actually more focused. I want food. I'm like leftover turkey and dressing, like pumpkin pie. That's where my brain is personally.
Oh yeah, I
Other
have sweet
Indiana
potato
Jones
pie in the
excursions.
You know, of all the
fridge.
Raiders
Nice.
indie films,
Yum,
Temple
yum.
of Doom is my least favorite. I mean, I look back on Temple of Doom and I say, well, the greatest thing that I got out of that movie was I met Kate Capshaw, and we
Yeah, there you go.
That's it. That's all y'all need to know. It's like the great thing that I met was I met a woman that made filming that very enjoyable. It's like I don't know how you managed to stand her voice the entire time, my dude, but whatever. It was very apparent to the rest of us that was the only reason she was there. Okay? Let's be real. Let's be really honest. We know. All right. Look at these two. Do you think these two ever would have gotten together otherwise? Come on.
Yeah.
Okay.
and we were married years later, and that to me was the reason I think it was fated that I make Temple of Doom. And so, even though Indiana Jones wound up getting the girl,
I did. I hit that. I stole her from you, Harrison. Yeah. It's just like my man just like put it on the table. It was just like, yeah. Of course, Harrison Ford's over here like.
Do you know how many paternity checks I write every week?
Thank you. Yes, that's exactly yes. Yeah.
Basically, yes.
Let me finish playing this. Hold on. Yeah, that's the man that got laid the whole time.
That
whole time
face
that
right
movie.
there with this quote, that's perfect.
Hold on. Let me. There we
Yes.
go.
Please let me screen cap that.
I'm screen capping it. Yeah, that's perfect. Hold on, I'm tweeting this out. Give me 1 second. There we go. I'm just gonna tweet it out. I'm not even gonna comment. I'm not gonna do anything. I'm just tweeting it out. There we go. All right, we did it.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
I really did.
It also just
Yeah. Hold on. I want to rewatch that whole section of him, just like very
I'm not
excited.
getting the girl. I really did.
It also just so
It's
happened.
like, yeah, I did that. I got that. Look at me. Do you see the photos of me on the set? Yeah, I got that. She could have gone with Harrison, but no, I got that. It's just like, yeah, because you were the director. Like, you got her that part. What do you mean? Like, yeah.
So happens that Doom is strategically structured to emulate the mental stages of a breakup. It revels in the gluttony of ego, only to
What?
All right. You know, there's something called overanalysis. You have gone into
Yeah.
overanalysis. All right. That is, no. We're at the point of like, you know, oh, the sky is blue. High school literary teachers are like, oh, sky is blue. Like, no. Like, at least make it something worth analyzing to begin with. Like, no. The weird food that was on the table, that was, I don't know why that was there, to be perfectly honest. Very little occurs in that scene. It's really not necessary, other than just the shock factor, right? Oh, another culture. Woo! It's like, I don't know. I don't really believe for a second, unless this was like a joke meal that they serve people that aren't from around there, you know, just to fuck with them. That I would believe. I would 1000% believe that Indian royalty would do that to fuck with people. Just because that's a power play, right? Oh, we're negotiating peace. Oh, let me bring out the monkey brains and the fucking anaconda cake. Look, there we go. You know, there's the steak that came from an elephant. You know, it's just like, just fuck with them. That's a power play. But this scene, it's a little kid, and there's really no reason for them. It's not really a necessary scene in my opinion. I don't know. What do you think, Josh?
It's needlessly gruesome.
Yeah. Yes. It's just. Oh wait, hold on. Did he really get the girl? One star does not mean he got her.
I mean, they're still married.
No, he's talking about Harrison Ford. He's like,
I know.
Oh well, he gets her at the end, and I was just like, yeah, you're right. And she's never mentioned again. So, you know, yeah. You're right. Yeah, the conversation, but that conversation could have happened a billion different ways. And then it's like, oh, look, Willie doesn't understand how the eyeball. I forgot the eyeball soup. How did I forget the eyeball soup? You're 1000% right, Spike and Madness. Yep. What the conversation that Indy is having with the host is what's most important, and that is completely drowned out by all the slapstick. Look, it's not what we eat normally. So it's just there you go.
To take a sharp turn, spiraling into the anger and despair of losing the love you once had before ultimately finding the light at the end of the tunnel. And in this particular case, that is quite literal. Indy's entanglement with the thuggies.
No. The water rushing out of the cave, that was Spielberg's that was a symbol of Spielberg's thirstiness, okay? That's what that represented. All right, if we want to do anything, that was what that represented. So, just saying.
Is a literal descent into hell that truthfully reflects Lucas's relationship troubles more than Spielberg's, who conceded that even he got to a point where he was uncomfortable with the darkness of the film. It's well documented how nasty George Lucas's divorce to Marcia Lucas was, and to maintain a
Marcia?
positive public image.
Really,
That's
dude?
wrong, right?
It's
That's wrong,
Marcia.
right?
It's
Marcia
Marcia Lucas. How do you get Marcia?
I don't know. I was like, that sounded wrong. I'm glad you made a comment on it. It's just like, maybe I just don't know. I don't know.
And yes, it's very well documented that they had a very, very bad breakup.
Spike, are you giving me sass? Spike is giving me fucking sass. But it is. It's like purposefully drowned out though. Like I can remember the scene of her being. And also, I have ADD, so it probably didn't help. But I remember the scene of her happening. I could not tell you what was said in the conversation that Indy was having. So that might just be a me one because of my ADD. So I might have been visually distracted. Anyway, sorry, Josh. What were you saying?
But yeah, I mean, it's as he just mentioned, it's his divorce from Marcia Lucas is well documented. She left him for the guy that designed the stained glass window that's at Skywalker Ranch, where he was, building his studio.
Oh, he kept it.
Well,
he kept it.
He had to. The thing to keep in mind is Lucas wanted to create Skywalker Ranch as a haven for filmmakers, so that they would go there, bounce ideas off each other and help small independent artists hone their filmmaking craft, and by getting a bunch of ideas and bouncing it off of each other. And he wanted to, make the building as luxurious as possible on the inside.
Okay.
And so in the library, he wanted to have a giant stained glass window that so people could look up and be inspired by it.
Okay.
But because he was constantly busy with work, constantly busy with the various Star Wars films, then Indiana Jones took off, Marcia was left at home overseeing the construction, and she met the guy that designed the stained glass window.
That sounds like something out of a porno from the 80s. Like, no joke. That's like, oh, the husband's always busy with business things, and the wife is left at home with the contractor.
It's not quite that simple. It was also, Marcia also wanted to have a family, and George was always too busy to start one. That also played a factor in it.
Fair enough. That is something, yeah.
Because it was also documented that Marcia did not, kind of kept asking, why does this need to be this luxurious? I mean, look where we started when we were working on the first Star Wars movie. Why do we need this much money and this much grandeur for it?
Yeah, I mean that's a fair question though.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, having a bunch of newbies in there, it's not. I don't know. It'd be like your first job out of college being like $1 million job. It's kind of like one of those. I don't know if that's psychologically the best thing for that kind of person. It's more like you need to kind of build up to that, because then it's like, then you earned being in that luxurious position, right? So
yeah, I can send you a documentary from a YouTuber that did like this whole, like the whole history of Star Wars, and it's very in depth. It takes a long time to get through, but it's very, he did a spectacular job with it.
I mean, I knew that it was documented. I knew they had, divorced, but I didn't know really the details of it. So that's, I would love to.
Yeah. So when they divorced, he'd been fighting all this hard, for Skywalker Ranch, and now he's left looking at the stained glass window of the guy who took his wife.
Yeah, that's kind of messed up.
Yeah.
So I asked, I was like, "We really sure it's yeah." I don't know. I think it's also funny. I think what wasn't in the third one in Last Crusade, there was a giant set of stained glasses in the library. Now I know it was like a I know it
Was
was
there?
yeah, isn't that where he found like the numbers? The Roman numerals that he was looking for before he found the X on the ground. Am I remembering that incorrectly?
I don't think.
That was a church converted into a library.
Yes.
But like that's still
Yes,
just
that's
like
right. That's right. They were in the stained glass windows.
yeah, I just thinking like how important those stained glass windows were to them finding out where the grail was. It's like all of a sudden stained glass becomes like a trigger for George Lucas. So yes, X marked the spot. Thank you. I'm remembering that correctly. Okay. I have misremembered things before. So I just wanted to
Yeah, I need to.
wanted
I need to.
clarification on
It's
that.
been a long time since I watched Last Crusade. I need to rewatch that.
Well, it's a good movie to watch.
It is.
The two agreed to keep the separation private until after Return of the Jedi was released. When the dust settled, Marcia was awarded $50 million and given joint
Hold on,
custody over their adopted daughter, Amanda Luke.
Marcia.
It's
I can see where he got
Marcia.
Marcia from, but you'd think, like, for how much research this dude did for this, and I'll give him credit. He did a lot of fucking research for this video that really has nothing to do with the title. But you'd think he would have listened to a documentary. Like,
It's Marcia. It's Marcia Lucas.
I don't know. It's like people calling Han Solo Han Solo, like interchangeably throughout the trilogy. You're just kind of like, I don't know. I don't. Yeah.
Lucas. Naturally, as I'm sure you can imagine, all of that bottled up emotion had to find its way out of George somehow, and thus was cathartically incorporated into Temple of Doom. Marcia cited George's workaholism.
I don't know. I'm not seeing it reflected in Temple of Doom. I'm just not. I don't know. It doesn't.
What, a divorce? I can
like,
see it.
Like, I don't know. Maybe it's like I can see it with Spielberg because he was hitting that on the side, right? So it's like him having a bad breakup. I can see where that got put in, but then it's like, I mean, I've never experienced divorce. I mean, I've experienced bad breakups before.
I mean, fair. Same here.
You know what I mean? It's like I guess it's kind of like I can almost understand why Spielberg acted and had his portion of why Temple of Doom is the way it is. I can understand. I can see that, but like as far as George Lucas, it's like I don't know.
Have you forgotten that the guy's heart gets ripped out of his chest?
Okay, that's fair.
I mean that's a pretty strong breakup imagery.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. But I don't know, maybe if Willie Scott looked a little bit more like his wife, I could get it. Like, you know what I mean? Like I could almost understand it better. But I don't know.
Well,
it does take you to a dark place. So,
to this guy's credit, he did say subliminally.
Oh, okay.
Put
Yeah,
into the
that's
film.
fair enough. Yeah. What did you say? It's heartbeat right. Yeah, you're right. That is fair. That is 1000% fair.
Yeah.
And then being burned alive. It's literally like a part of Dante's Inferno that's happening. But it's. I guess I could see that. Maybe not as much from like if I was in that scenario. Maybe it's because like I might have probably done that differently. Like, because you want to, if that's the case, then it would have been a lot more subtle. So, and if Spielberg and Lucas, there's probably a lot of stuff that was more directly linked with the divorce that got probably cut or changed, and then Spielberg going through a bad breakup also having interpretation. So it's like kind of a mutated like monster of both of them going through some shit. So it's not gonna fully represent either one of them. All right, fair enough. All right, I can get behind that. I still don't understand the title do this, but I am learning shit. So as far as videos are concerned, this is the most educational. So
Yeah.
I give them that.
And emotional blockage as a key reason for their separation. When exploring the horrific Thuggee ritual, and more specifically, the blood of the collie, we're given a peek into the mental state of Lucas. He feels blindsided by the matter, as though his heart has literally been ripped from his chest. And the worst part about it was that he had no say in the matter. It was a decision Marcia came to on her own. Like George, when Indy is forced to
Okay, yeah, but that's how divorce works. You can, if
Usually,
one
yeah.
person in the couple comes, very rarely is there a mutual divorce happening, right? Usually it's like, yeah, this like someone did something fucked up, and yeah, this isn't gonna work anymore. So they ask for a divorce, and sometimes it takes a while to get them. I mean, how many times have you seen this represented in pop culture, where it is like very difficult to get the other person to sign those divorce papers, because one person might want it, but the other person doesn't want to, but they have to sign the divorce papers. That's how you get separated people
Right.
that end up not, they're just separated. So that's a fun fact. Fun fact.
to drink the blood of the collie, he does so against his will, losing all autonomy and falling into a black sleep of powerlessness. It's only
Okay,
once
fair
he's
enough.
rescued by Short Round that he awakens from the slumber, another callback to George's own life. As previously mentioned, George and Marcia adopted Amanda Lucas in
Oh, okay. I was
1981,
like, what
right
the fuck?
before the onset of their relationship troubles. It's clear that while going through such a tumultuous time, George's beacon of hope, his salvation, if you will, his light at the end of the tunnel, was his daughter, and more specifically,
Oh
his
God,
paternal.
do you remember Ed Hardy shirts? God, that gave me a flashback. Jesus Christ. Do you remember that era
Vaguely.
where you want to pay like $50 for a shirt that's so thin you have to wear something underneath it? Like, yeah.
And
Yeah.
she's thick.
She got thick. That is what she is. Not really shocking if she's into like boxing and shit. You
That's
gotta,
fair. Yeah.
you have to be. Woo.
Oh yeah.
I am a mountain. You will not move me, kind of thing.
Yeah. That's why you don't see Bree doing MMA.
That would be funny. I would.
It would
actually
be.
like to see
It
that.
won't happen, but
Well,
it would be.
Yes.
Instincts. George loved being a father and incorporated that aspect into one of Indy's most important relationships in the entire franchise, he and Short Round.
And he was never heard or seen or mentioned ever again. That's how
He left such an
important-
impact on Indy that he quickly forgot the Asian kid.
Yes.
From the moment we're introduced to Indy's lovable and quippy sidekick, we get
Oh God, I thought he was talking about Willie. I was just like,
No.
Whoa,
He's talking about Short Round.
Okay, good. All
a
right, good.
sense of the relationship between the two adventurers. Short Round adores Indy and follows his lead in more ways than not,
He's
whether
the
it be
fucking best.
mimicking a sitting position, hand gesture, hat placement, wailing on
Mhm.
goons, whatever. But he also
So good.
represents Indy's morality manifested. Shorty is pure of heart and
Mhm.
encompasses the very best of our titular hero, just as most parents hope to pass on the best of themselves into their children. Even when Indy is
Short Round's
consumed by
best.
darkness
Fuck yeah, Short
and
Round.
all hope seems lost, Shorty never loses faith and, out of love, manages to restore Indy's humanity. It's also at that moment that Indy's paternal responsibility kicks in as he proceeds to free the child slaves from captivity. Not only does Short Round save Indy from the Thuggee control, but he reshapes Indy's beliefs, a vital character transformation we're definitely going to get to later on. This is very representative of Lucas finding new purpose in fatherhood.
My man does not want to be there.
No.
He's like, she doesn't really want to be there either, but she's better at faking it. She's just like, great. Got that Karen smile, like the wonderful. Great.
following the fallout of his divorce, subsequently adopting 2 more children as a single parent. This beautiful collision of personal catharsis and blockbuster storytelling is about the only time we get a sneak peek into the artist behind these titans of pop culture.
You know, I didn't notice this. Hold on. Let me go back.
Well,
hold on.
Into the artist behind these.
Look at that look she's giving him. She wants to kill that kid. she wants that kid to die. That is the. Woo-hoo-hoo. I think we don't have the short round, guys. I think we figured it out, actually. Yeah. That is not an amused look. That is very angry. But yeah. Anyway, halfway into it. So, yeah.
These titans of pop culture. With Temple of Doom, it was also important for Lucas to be a bit more experimental.
The fact is, every artist has to put a piece of themselves into their artwork. Otherwise, you can't create.
Yeah.
So I don't know what he's talking about, how, you know, this is the only time we get a glimpse of the men behind these icons of pop culture. What are you talking about? Every piece of art has a piece of the artist in it. It has to, by definition.
Yeah. I mean, I don't.
This
Unless
is
you're
looking
talking
way
about, like,
too much into things.
It might be corporate art, like really, really corporate art. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, which is ironic since Lucas was always anti-corporation, which is why he was never part of the Hollywood system, and then he sold his company to Disney.
That is funny. That is funny, actually. Really fucked up, but funny too. So, I'm just kind of wandering through here, picking up pieces of trivia that I didn't know before. I'm just like, I don't disagree with that, but I still don't know why it's the best. So
yeah, none of this has to do with why he thinks it's the best movie.
Yeah. If let me rename this for you. Temple of Doom, a retrospective. There you go.
Temple of Doom, a rambling mess essay.
You know, just like, there you go. That makes more sense than you're saying why Temple of Doom is the best. And yep.
Experimental and darker. They had the padding and success of the first film, so Lucas wanted to use that to take bold and ambitious risks with the second. The danger in making a sequel is that you can never satisfy everyone. If you give people the same movie with different scenes, they say, why weren't you more original? But if you give them the same character in another fantastic adventure, but with a different tone, you risk disappointing the other half of the audience who just wanted a carbon copy of the first film with a different girl and a different bad guy. So you win and you lose both ways.
Okay.
Oh my god,
that is what we call loser speak.
Yes.
And buck up, you idiot. All right. Guess what? There are like almost 8 billion people on this planet. You know what's gonna happen when you make something? Not everyone is gonna fucking like it. Do you know what you're gonna do? You know what you're gonna do? You're gonna make that thing, and you're gonna hope enough people like it so you can make your money back and possibly make another one, or at least have some kind of success in it. All right, that is really all you're hoping for at that point.
I mean, we can go back to I hate to bring it up, but The Force Awakens. When that came out, most people were largely positive on it. But what was the big complaint of it? It was just A New Hope.
Yes, it is a discount New Hope, which when my family used to, we'd go to the theater, and then we would go out to dinner because it was kind of like an event to go out to see a movie. And when we were over dinner, we would talk about the movie, we would discuss it, we would analyze it, we would grade it. Funnily enough, probably why I'm able to do this as well as I do, because I've been doing it my whole life with my family. And it's, we would talk about it and have our critiques, whether we liked it or we didn't like it. Why didn't you like it? Why did you like it? And by the time we sat down for dinner, I had come to the conclusion. I was like, all right, listen, guys, this is just A New Hope. Let me compare scene by scene how A New Hope is. And that is this movie.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I got a lot of agreements on that. I was just like, yeah, that's actually exactly what happened. Just, I don't know.
Yeah, I did the same thing when someone was telling me how much they loved Avatar, and I went, it was basically Fern Gully, and I did the exact same thing. I went scene by scene, and I went, oh my god, it is just Fern Gully.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, like, we also agreed. We were just like, well, hopefully they make that Kylo Ren bad guy somebody, more threatening in the next one, because he was kind of lame in this one. Like, I don't know. He was super kind of lame. And I think we also all went in there thinking that Finn was going to be the main character from the trailers, which I think
what I
was
thought.
universal. Yeah.
That's what I thought.
And I was like, oh. I just kept waiting for them to get past the Rey story.
I have said it before, but
they didn't.
Damn, Finn is the most underutilized character in Star Wars history. He had so much potential, and they didn't think at all how to use him.
No, he by far not even close. Like, there is not a close second. It is like leaps and bounds. Finn had the most interesting potential for a storyline. Not even close.
A stormtrooper breaking, the conditioning and realizing what I'm doing is wrong and switching sides. That's a fascinating idea.
Not just that, but also having the realization that they're not using clones anymore. What happened? Like, that's a whole other realization too. Like,
never mind the fact why is there an Empire 2.0 when the Republic's supposed to be in control now?
If it would have happened immediately after Return of the Jedi instead of 30 years, I would have believed that, because the only thing that they destroyed was the Death Star. And technically the Emperor and Darth Vader, but then there's a power vacuum, and they still have all those ships and all that other power. So it would have made sense to have like a fight for power. That story makes sense if it's like a few years after Return of Jedi.
In the EU, it became known as the Imperial Remnant.
That makes sense.
Yeah, because the rebellion kind of retook the mantle of the Republic, and then you had the Imperial Remnant.
Yeah,
that makes sense. Why change that? Oh, wait, because then you'd have to pay people and not pay yourselves for your stupid ideas.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway.
The fact that Indiana Jones wasn't a 3-movie.
See, even the posters look very, very different. Like, that's not the classic one. Like, I actually have the classic one hanging up.
I mean, that poster is gorgeous.
Yes, I love this poster. It's so stunning. It's amazing. I love the original too. That's hanging up over there. I have a one of those swinging mirrors. You know what I'm talking about? Like, it's standing up and it swings. And so I put the Raiders of the Lost Ark poster above it because of Marion Ravenwood swinging the.
Okay.
I thought that was really clever, so I insist that Raiders goes up there. But my poster has Raiders of the Lost Ark. And when it says Indiana Jones, the new hero from the creators of Jaws and Star Wars, and then Raiders of the Lost Ark, it does not have Indiana Jones up there, because until Temple of Doom, they weren't really pushing Indiana Jones as like a name brand movie.
Mm-hmm.
So it's that's why everyone calls the first one Raiders.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of the nickname of it.
I mean, we even saw it in the clips here in the interview. Spielberg was even calling the next movie Raiders 2.
Yes, he calls it Raiders 2, exactly.
Because that's how they were thinking of it.
Nice, man. Yeah.
I
I
really
need-
should get that classic Raiders poster because it that picture just tells you everything you need to know about who Indiana Jones is.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a man of action. He has the whip. He's ready to go, but he also has
Yes.
that smirk and the smile. Oh, it's great.
Yes. I like there's another poster version of that I like that has like the details on the outside. Now it's faded. You see the faded version, but the details being prominent around here that shows all the bad guys. Marion's down here and all that.
Mhm.
I like that one. I got the original because I was like, you know what? I like how the original looks too, because you got like the Raiders of the Lost Ark, and you have Indiana Jones kind of sitting there with like his whip, it's like over him, and then a little scene from the movie is played out at the bottom, and I mean I enjoyed that too, but you can't really argue. It is a gorgeous poster, that one. It
Mhm.
is stunning, and it's full color and high def. It's really good.
I also really like the poster for Last Crusade too.
Yes, I like it. I like the little characters being around and that, and it's like even the Temple of Doom poster is vastly different than how they've done other posters.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
I don't-
Well,
I don't-
also you can look at the logo, the the official Star Wars logo, the first 3 films,
uh-huh.
all of them very different.
Yes,
But they still had like
actually.
the element of Star Wars to it.
Yes, the
And
fonts
then
are slightly different. Yes.
and then you look at the the Disney ones, and it's just Star Wars, and let's just put the font in the middle. How
Yeah, well, at that
exciting!
point, it becomes such a name brand that they thought they had to do was have Star Wars associated with it, and that was good enough, which kind of blows. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, proper, really pretty film posters. I'm a fan of. I like that. I like. It's one of the things I hated that Wonder Woman 1984 was such an awful movie because I loved their marketing poster that they were doing for that. They were stunning, bright, colorful, and that's where all the fucking color went because there was not a single color to be found for the most part in the movie. It was bland, it was boring, it was a mess. It was just like, yeah, I love that poster, but God, the movie's so awful. I don't want anything like that on my walls.
But I mean, man, I also just flat out miss movie posters that are illustrated.
Yeah, I have a kind of a new
I mean,
appreciation for that.
I mean, the Rise of Skywalker poster with the photoshopped Palpatine action figure in it. Like, really?
Oh God, I forgot about that. That's so funny. Yeah. Hell, I mean, even the V for Vendetta poster I'm looking straight at had it's obviously drawn. Like it might be slightly Natalie Portman's face might be slightly photoshopped on there, but for the most part, it does look drawn. It does. It's the red and black one that says "Freedom Forever" and he's crossing his knives.
What did I see? The like the newest poster for the Spider-Man movie coming out. The latest poster, the city background that they have is an asset that someone was able to find. Like they couldn't even just take actually get a picture of New York. They just got a stock image of New York and just slapped it in.
Yeah, so just go to New York. I promise you, you can do it. All right, and or do something else where it's like, how about you could buy like a Shutterstock photo and then trace it. You could have because like red and blue are like his main colors. So you could have like blue in the background and have like a reddish sky and whatever. And you could have little subtle things on the buildings if you so want. I don't know. I always like finding hidden little elements in posters. So,
yeah, the newest Spider-Man poster, someone just was able to just find the asset used for the skyline.
Man, y'all need to start giving a shit. I don't know.
So you guys got Marvel money.
Dude, when I was younger, when I was like in high school, no, when I was in college, I was like, my dream job is to become like a poster maker for like a big movie studio because I love photoshopping things together. And that was before I understood how bad Hollywood was. Yeah, I just thought, hey, yeah, that would be really cool to like, cause then you get to have all these like different photos and edit them, however, and you're kind of like telling the movie without telling the movie in the poster, and it's like you can make some really cool posters, and really cool classic pieces of art that people would put up on your wall. I would love to make something that somebody would put up on their wall. Like that's really cool to me. I just, yeah. Anyway, moving on.
Movie story and more so an episodic tale allowed Lucas and Spielberg to take their experimentation to the next level. While Raiders of the Lost Ark was undoubtedly inspired by the classic Republic serials I mentioned earlier, it wasn't solely indebted to them. The film is actually a balanced concoction of James Bond, classic Hollywood sweeping romantic adventures like Treasure of Sierra Madre, Casablanca, and films of that nature. And
to be fair, I have not seen either one of those movies. Really? You want to compare Temple of Doom to Casablanca? I don't know if that's the smartest thing. I'm not entirely sure. I would have done that. That's just me, though.
And those Republic serials. There's a sort of class and elegance those previously mentioned works possessed that Spielberg and Lucas incorporated into Raiders, making it far more accessible. Temple of Doom, however, is a more direct translation of those old Republic serials, and at times comments on the tropes associated with them. More on that later. These serials, much like Indiana Jones, were episodic in nature, often confined to a single location and presented as a day in the life of an adventurer, something Temple of Doom very much emulates. Outside of the James Bondian Shank,
I mean, that's fine. I'm okay with episodic things. I'm more of a fan of overarching storylines, personally. That's kind of my preference, because when overarching storylines are done really well, the rewatchability to me is enhanced significantly, because then you want to rewatch it, and like the writers are really good at putting little hints in the earlier episodes, so that when you rewatch it from the beginning with the knowledge that you have having watched the whole thing, it's like, oh, I see that, and having something where you can rewatch it multiple times and still find new things is always fun. And Indiana Jones, for the most part, they are pretty episodic. It's like I said, very, very like Star Trek, where the occasional character development or the occasional thing that occurs is mentioned before. It's so bizarre that Temple of Doom has, as far as I'm aware of, I'd have to sit down and rewatch things, but as far as I'm aware of, it's not really talked about ever again. It's not mentioned. There's not a hint. There's not like a nod. It's just, it happened, and now we're ignoring it. And it's to me, it's hard to argue about the importance of that story in that franchise if I can cut it out and it doesn't exist with the rest of the story. I don't know. Me personally, like it would have been, and I think, hold on, I think somebody said it. Which one of y'all said it? One of y'all said it earlier. There we go, Spike about us. Yeah, if Short Round was in the fourth one, and funnily enough, I was actually expecting that. I was entirely expecting Short Round to be in the fourth one. You know, I didn't know. I don't know if you could have gotten the same actor. That would have been cool. I would have loved if they would have gotten the same actor, you know, but just having the character Short Round be in that, I think would have been cool. I would have preferred Short Round instead of Shia LaBeouf, personally. That would have been way better. And yeah, I saw someone in this movie. I thought, woohoo, y'all are on this journey with me. I've yet to figure out why he thinks this is the best movie. In fact, I don't even really know why this is his favorite. I could not tell you off the top of my head right now why this movie is his favorite.
Shanghai opening, which I must admit beautifully kickstarts the brisk pace of this film.
Yeah,
The entire movie takes place over the course of a day, maybe two, and our heroes spend a majority of their time stranded in one location, Pankot Palace. But it doesn't stop there. Out of all the Indiana Jones adventures, Temple of Doom is without question the pulpiest.
What does that
There was
mean?
an element of swashbuckling spectacle that separated Republic serials from traditional adventure cinema.
I don't know what
Something Raiders and Last Crusade incorporated.
Oh god, he's putting text on the screen and talking and it's not the same. Okay, hold on. I'm not the best at reading shit out loud, but for y'all, fucking try. The term originated from magazines of the first half of the 20th century. English, god damn it. Half of the 20th century, which were printed on cheap pulp paper. Okay. That's where Pulp Fiction came from. Literally came, yeah, okay. I knew, I thought, I didn't know that. And published fantastic escapist fiction for the general entertainment of mass audiences. Yeah, that's the birth of Pulp Fiction. Yeah. Yeah, okay. All right, fine.
Safely. However, when it came to Doom, Spielberg and Lucas were willing to push the envelope slightly, seeing just how much they could get away with using from the more absurdist side of those serials. A gamble people clearly weren't willing to accept, hence why Spielberg used Last Crusade as his apology tour.
Oh,
While many
God,
filmmakers
he
and
had more text
storytellers,
on the
hence why
screen.
Spielberg used
They had more text on the screen and then didn't fucking talk about it. That is a pet peeve of mine. I hate it when people do that.
seeing just how much they could get away.
Like, bigger than life heroes, pretty girls, exotic places, strange and mysterious villains, all stalk through the pages of many issues. Public, and without television widely available, much of the free time of the working literate class pouring over the pages. Yeah, that's how comic books, for the most part, came into being. So I don't know. Yeah. Also, there was a lot of wartime happening at that point, and escapism was incredibly important. When big world life-changing things are occurring, people like to not ignore them, but at least for a little portion of their day, escape away from it. It's how entertainment happened, especially like how we know it's modern day.
Yes.
But like, oh my god, hi.
I'm back.
I was actually doing fairly well. I did. Josh, he did the thing. He's using classic Mario Party. God, he fucking is.
Yeah, I was watching.
Classic, right?
Or I
Yeah.
was listening. Yeah.
This is it. Yes, this is the poster. Yeah, it has all the details around it. It's the one that I have seen is more. It has those yellows, oranges, and greens really, really pop. I love good saturation, really bold colors on there. That's why I love this V for Vendetta poster so much. The poster is like an off-white for his mask and his blades, and the rest of the poster is red and black. Like, it is very bold. It's very, very brightly colored, and I like that. I like brightly colored things. He did the crime of editing with text on screen, Josh. He put text on screen, is talking about something different,
What?
And yeah, he's on the words that are on screen right now. I had to pause the video to read because he is not reading it.
Why would you do that?
I don't know, but it's a crime. That is an editing crime.
Yeah.
Never do that. That is one of the worst things. You are talking in my ear and wanting me to read something different at the same time.
No. When you put text on the screen, you do the you mention the whole thing. You do the whole thing, then you can go point by point if you want. But you do not read something else while you
Yeah.
expect your audience to do additional reading.
Yes, hold on. Let me bring this up. I'm gonna go back so you can see and read this. So he's talking about Pulp Fiction somehow.
Okay.
And I don't mean Pulp Fiction the movie. I mean the genre of Pulp Fiction.
Again, I was listening.
Oh, okay. I don't assume things.
Temple of Doom is without question the pulpiest. There was an element of swashbuckling spectacle that separated Republic serials from traditional adventure
See what I mean?
cinema, something Raiders and Last Crusade incorporated safely. However, when it came to Doom, Spielberg and Lucas were willing to push the envelope slightly, seeing just how much they could get away with using from the more absurdist side of those serials.
Read the text!
Gamble people clearly weren't willing to accept, hence why Spielberg used Last Crusade.
That's what I've been dealing with. So
read the text.
Yeah.
Why put
That's
it on
why I
the
was
screen if
actually
you're not going to
listening
read
to him.
it?
Yeah,
You could have just put it in the monologue.
Yep. Also, fun fact, something I found out. I was talking to Loki, and Loki actually told me this guy plays Gimli in Lord of the Rings. I didn't know that.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't know that.
You didn't know John Rhys Davies played Gimli and Sala?
No, I knew he played Sala, obviously, but like I didn't know he played Gimli. I didn't piece that together in my brain, and yeah, I never pieced it. Those were two incredibly different characters that I never like united as. Yeah.
That's John Rhys Davies.
Yeah, I found that out. That
Sala and Gimli, son of Gloin.
Okay. I had made a magical discovery, and you giving me sass, Josh, is rude. So.
I'm sorry you just discovered something I knew 20 years ago when the movie came out.
God damn, I like flung us down. Anyway, you got a behind the scenes thing. Yay, are you all happy? No, I did the white
Spike and
bar.
Madness. Oh, simple heiress.
Shush. Hush. Uh-oh.
Even Chris is on my side on this.
Sorry, I shouldn't have said anything. I thought that was... He has a distinct voice. Well...
He does.
You know what? I'm ignoring y'all. That was mean.
Crusade as his apology tour. While many filmmakers and storytellers revere classic pulp fiction, there's no denying it's viewed as lowbrow literature or entertainment. They were racy, almost forbidden, action-based tales that often indulged in their fair share of exploitation and exoticism. However, there were also films in the genre that sought to challenge the tropes and notion of a traditional serial, which is precisely what Spielberg and Lucas wanted to focus on with Temple of Doom.
If you think of those movies from the 30s, and
yeah, I know he does. It's just I'm kind of like I don't have no idea what this is.
It just keeps going.
Yeah. Well, like I said,
talking and it's saying nonsense.
He has a 54 Quantum Solace video.
Oh.
Okay. All right. Could have been worse. I'm
true.
hanging that over.
Republic serials from the 30s, they take themselves a little bit more serious. But at the same time, there's all these sort of Abbott and Costello movies and kind of Laurel and Hardy and sort of The Thin Man. There's all these kind of movies that are sort of upbeat, which is what we wanted to infuse in Raiders, in which I had done in Star Wars.
My dark depression that came from my divorce and Spielberg hitting the leading lady and all we wanted and all this darkness pouring out between the two of us about how messed up our personal lives were in this movie. But we wanted to keep it upbeat.
Yeah, it's kind of the point that Raiders had, this. I mean, if you really look at the actual story, you're looking at Hitler acquiring the power of God.
Yeah, that's
a
kind of
terrifying idea.
Yeah.
And yet Raiders has a very fun action adventure atmosphere to it. It's still fairly lighthearted, even though the characters are taking things seriously. The filmmakers have a sense of fun, like the famous scene with the guy with the sword, and then he just takes out his gun and shoots him. That's
He's like,
funny.
Yeah, fuck that. That's one of the best scenes in the whole movie. It's literally 5 seconds, but it's so good.
Or when Marion's hiding in the casket, and he's like looking for her, and then there's just this sea of caskets that he has to go through. That's funny.
That's good. That's good shit.
Good stuff.
Yeah. Very good. I don't know.
So the characters are taking what's going on seriously, but we as the audience get some, understand the lightheartedness that they're doing. Yes.
I feel like people are judging me.
Did you know that one?
I'm ignoring everything.
The guy that gets killed at the beginning of Raiders played Doc Ock in Spider-Man 2.
Moving forward, look at this man's mustache. I'm
Star Wars.
It is a glorious
so there's
mustache.
This kind of goofy 30 going on through the whole thing.
Ah, sneak surprise.
See what I mean? Like if this was like a fucking troll at that's like a power play. They're all like, this is very normal. What do you mean? Are you trying to insult our culture by not enjoying this meal that we made for you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a fucking troll. You could troll people with that. In fact, you know what? I encourage people that have weird, if they had really weird and bizarre traditional food that no one eats anymore. I encourage them to pull power plays like this. Do it. Be really great.
Oh yeah, have boar's head pudding.
Yeah,
at Christmas.
Yeah, some messed up shit. I just feel like people should troll tourists more that don't bother to respect the culture. Like people who go to Canada, and know that realize that they're tourists. Just switch out everything and serve nothing but maple syrup. Just nothing but maple syrup. Just troll the shit out of them. What do you mean? You didn't read up on our culture before you came here? You're weird, Eris. Oh, but that's funny. People don't take advantage of power plays like that. That's just come on, people. It's funny. It's funny, man. I don't know what the American version of that would have been. Just like one of those, a giant, huge, burger. One of those, 13 patty, burgers. This is just the normal meal in America. Mm-hmm. What do you mean?
And you need to carry that that huge ass burger like a football. And when you score a touchdown, that's when you can eat it.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And then you're allowed into the country.
Yeah. Yeah. I think here in Texas, we should troll people who come here, especially from California or other parts of the world.
Here's your gun.
Yeah, here's your gun. And we do not have cars here. We only ride horses.
I thought you were going to say pickup trucks.
No, just horses. We ride around on horses. There are no cars. They do not exist. I don't know. I just think the world is a bit too serious sometimes. And I think it just needs to you just need to troll some people occasionally. In I don't know, China, it's kind of what is it? It's to eat dog or cat, right? It's people think for some reason they do that.
Happy dinosaur.
So
you serve only bacon burgers and deep fried Oreo wings, also buttered gun.
Yes. It's just it's a massive bowl of melted butter that just has a fucking rifle in it for some reason. Like that one meme from the JoJo's, you know what I'm talking about? The JoJo's Bizarre Adventures, like
yeah.
Yes.
And I thought it was a rule that all Texans had to wear like 10-gallon cowboy hats like all the time.
That too. I literally do not own a cowboy hat, a cowboy boots at all. I don't like. That's like more small town. Like you actually like work on a farm or a ranch, or like you live in a small town kind of place. It's just like that's more acceptable there. But I guess by definition, I'm a city girl. Whatever.
What's the surprise?
Temple of Doom is far more clever and self-aware than people give it credit for. Spielberg and Lucas brilliantly utilized the Abbott and Costello model as an entry point to take jabs.
Where's anything
at
like
the
this in
tropes of the
Abbott and
series.
Costello?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've seen one of those movies, and I don't see the connection. If I not, maybe I need to watch another one. But I mean, yeah, there's a little bit of slapstick comedy in there.
Sure. Yeah,
but
I mean,
this isn't slapstick comedy. This is shock. This is like almost.
This is grotesque humor.
Yes, it's for the shock factor.
Yeah.
It's the the
Abbott and
guys
Costello were not a shocking duo. They were mostly slapstick and wordplay.
Yeah.
I mean, think of the famous "Who's on First" routine. That's all wordplay.
That would be the fucking troll for Texas. Yeah, not an ice cold Dr. Pepper, but like you boil the Dr. Pepper, you serve it in a glass. Be like, yeah, no, this is what we drink. What do you mean? Visual? No. Okay, visual gag does not mean. And by the way, successful visual gags is what they did. But yeah. It's not. That's not. That'd be like, hey, because this thing has improv in it, it must be whose line is it anyway? It's like, no.
No, when you do like straight up improv, that's when you get Ghostbusters 2016.
Yeah, well, untalented improv. Yes.
Yeah.
With no direction. Yeah.
Serials, they veer and exercise their own personal demons. The blend, as I'm sure you can imagine, is somewhat juvenile and mean-spirited.
And I think that scene at the dinner table does sort of capture that spirit. I mean, we did have a lot of fun discussing it because it was, let's sit around just thinking the most horrible things you could think of, but it's done very tongue-in-cheek.
No.
I mean, it is. I will grant that, but
it's kind of like.
But it's not funny.
No, it's like, we had a good laugh around it. Just like,
no, but it kept going to the point where it's no longer amusing.
Yeah, that's why I keep saying, like, I understand that maybe it's just my problem and not anyone else's, but I could not focus on what the hell was actually happening in that scene to progress the plot because, like, you're just given all of this and you're just like, what? Like at no point am I thinking this is what they actually ate, like in that time period. I don't believe you, especially not with a kid ruling. I don't believe you, and it's kind of like you're just doing this because you wanted to have a gross food scene. Don't lie, that's all you did this for. But it didn't pay off though. That's the worst part. Is it didn't pay off. Because it was not funny. It's just like, let's see how many gross things. We listed all the grossest food combinations ever, and it's like, okay. I mean, I didn't find it funny personally, but
I found it more. I mean, I never really found this scene that funny. I always found it more awkward. But yes, it is going tongue in cheek.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it is tongue in cheek. I thought she was gonna say something. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, people have opinions and a twist about it because people call it. I think it's xenophobic. Like, it's a different
racially
culture,
insensitive
whatever,
or something like that. Yeah.
But to me, it's like, I don't. It's just. it's a scene that goes on for a long time. And in order for a scene and a gag to go on for as long as this one does, it it needs to have a good punchline and good payoff, and I don't believe it does. Not every moment needs to be. I didn't say that. My man, don't put words in my mouth. I did not say it needs to be serious. We've been talking about how much we liked, like how funny and charming
Just Raiders. Yeah.
was by itself.
Raiders and Last Crusade.
And,
Same thing.
yeah. This was just a joke that personally didn't work for me. Maybe Josh and I are the only two people that thought that it didn't work, really. But you know what? I'll give you Happy Dinosaur. I will give you credit. Yeah, I think that's a requirement. Yeah.
Yes.
I think that's a requirement.
Completely agree with that. Yes.
Yes. So, yeah. No, I agree with that.
There are a few ways you could view the dinner table exposition scene. One, you could view it as Spielberg and, by extension, the Indians in Pankot Palace wanting to torment the obnoxious foreigners with a gross meal that plays into the equally as gross and inaccurate stereotypes associated with non-Western culture, often depicted in these old series.
It's kind of like what I just said. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Some people found it funny. All right, fine.
Or two, an elaborate clue that something was amiss in the palace. The meal was prepared and served by supposed Hindus, and as Indy states in an unused line from the script, even if they were trying to scare us away, a devout Hindu would never touch meat. Makes you wonder...
That's actually true. I never even thought about it like that. The film really I was saying it really damages the film. Hi, Coffee. I didn't know you were still here, Coffee. Hi.
Wonder what these people are. The fact that this palace would serve such a twisted meal while exposition regarding the Thuggee cult was divulged implies that something far sinister is afoot. Either way, while it's easy to see how some...
Okay, but here's the thing, though. That's actually really decent insight. It's not in the movie. If it's not in the movie, you can't give it credit.
That is true.
I would agree. If it was actually brought up, if Indy actually points it out, like, why are these devout Hindus eating all these, weird, foods with meat? That's not part of their culture and religion.
Yeah,
something's wrong here.
Yeah, that actually works.
That would solve. That would bring in an element of mystery to the whole thing.
You know what? I actually wouldn't have as much of an issue with this scene if that line was made it in. I'm serious.
That would fix a lot of problems.
That actually totally works with me because I forgot these were supposed to be Hindus. I really forgot that, and yeah, that's not yeah. Why did that line? Damn it! Why did you cut the line? That makes me mad. That actually makes me mad.
Can view it as offensive, I think it's clear that Spielberg had more on his mind. It also just so happens that George always wanted to do a scene like that, and Spielberg had the perfect sense of humor to pull it off. Spielberg's always enjoyed creeping out others and was very much the younger brother who loved pranking his sisters. The film's overall darker tone gave them permission to poke fun at themselves and have a scene that leaned into gross-out comedy, putting Spielberg's immature meanness on full display. However, the self-awareness doesn't stop there. During the filming of Raiders, Spielberg and Lucas conceived of far too many action set pieces and thus had to put some of them in their back pocket for a later time. By the time Temple of Doom was given the go-ahead, Spielberg was already hard at work thinking of ways to incorporate the leftover set pieces from Raiders. These sequences included the Shanghai fight, the raft escape from the airplane, and the iconic minecart chase.
So the minecart chase seems great.
Yeah, so like the three things that are like my favorite portions of the movie were leftover Raiders pieces. That's kind of funny. All right.
When Raiders first hit theaters, many of the critics lauded it as an exhilarating action-adventure or an e-ticket ride, like at Disneyland or something of that nature. Spielberg and Lucas found this notion amusing, and so cheekily, they had some fun with the critics and gave them a literal roller coaster or e-ticket ride with the minecart chase that gets them out of the darkness. In addition to Temple of Doom cheekily subverting the genre tropes, Indy's character arc is a far more...
Did it? I don't know. I felt like it had a lot more genre tropes in it than the other two did.
Subverting genre tropes, like what exactly?
Yeah.
I mean, they poke fun at themselves at one point, or like, the guards show up with the swords, and Indy goes for his gun, and he doesn't have it. That's a reference to Raiders.
Yeah.
And since it's a prequel, you could argue it teaches Indy to always have your gun.
I know.
More earnest deconstruction of the hero's journey in these serials.
God, stop
Works would
talking about
often
deconstructions. Is not a deconstruction of the hero's journey.
No.
I don't even know. Are we even talking about the movie anymore? Like, for real, I'm kind of lost. I'm kind of at the point where I'm like, the things you're saying don't apply at all, and I'm lost. So, oh, I got a dislike. Yay, Josh, we did it. I got a dislike.
Yay.
So,
His works would often depict archaeology through the lens of a white colonizer who would, for all intent and purposes, pillage historical artifacts for personal gain. Spielberg and Lucas challenged that notion by creating an arc for Indy that started him at a place of arrogance and shallow desires, offering him a profitable thrill ride in the process. He's not quite the good-natured academic that we know from Raiders, and
he's what?
That was a word salad.
Yeah, good-natured academic that we know. Sorry, I just got caught up in that. Like,
I mean,
is that what you took away?
I want a professor that just leaves for like half a year.
Yeah, like what do they do? Like, yeah, nah.
and views archaeology as the quest for fortune and glory, a line that brilliantly juxtaposes Jones's occupational outlook in his subsequent journeys in Raiders and Last Crusade.
He just used the same. Did he just use the same thing over and over again? Hold on.
In the latter of which he says,
So forget any ideas you got about lost cities, exotic travel, and digging up the world. We do not.
Which I have never done of. Okay, you can't prove that I have done any of those things, even though that's what makes me interesting. None of those things I have done.
Follow maps to buried treasure, and X never, ever marks the spot.
Doom opens with...
Yeah, great. That's a great line, because it does. It does, and that's from Last Crusade, right? If I remember correctly.
I believe so.
Because that's like a callback that they do. Or...
Indy having just raided a Chinese temple in order to sell the relic back to the people it belongs to. Granted, in this case, those people are gangsters, but the logic still tracks. It's only through the journey that follows that our hero learns humility. Every Indiana Jones adventure has some sort of MacGuffin or relic that Jones has to retrieve.
I mean, that's true.
Yeah, but he's also an archaeologist, so everyone's fine with it.
Yes, but the statue at the beginning of Raiders has nothing to do with the rest of the movie. It just sets up Indy and meeting Balok, and it establishes that they have they're rival archaeologists, but it has nothing to do with the Ark at all. Same thing with the cross at the beginning of Last Crusade has nothing to do with the actual Holy Grail outside of the obvious Christian symbolism.
No, but that serves as like a point to kind of subtly introduce the father character and what he is and
Exactly.
how long he's been working on it. And then like the fact it kind of also how
but that cross that the River Phoenix Indiana Jones is looking for has nothing to do with the Holy Grail.
Yeah, no, okay, that's fair enough. Yeah. No, 1000%. Yeah. I don't have a MacGuffin is not a problem if it used correctly. It just,
Right.
especially in modern day cinema, has more tendency to not be used correctly.
Damn it, speaker! I'm hungry. Stop it.
Yeah, my stomach. I don't know if y'all have heard. My stomach's over here growling. I've lost my light. It's completely cloudy here, so the already early like setting sun is. I'm lost it. I think we're actually doing fairly good considering we got how quickly we started to move through this. But we have less. We have like 5 minutes left, and we're right about the time we usually work. So, yeah.
However, while Raiders in Last Crusade place significant emphasis on that MacGuffin, Temple of Doom doesn't dwell on it too much. The Shankara stones aren't explored all that much and don't really tie into the thematic undertones either. We only know that they're valuable, have supernatural...
Literally magic rocks. No joke. That's it. That's all they are.
They're not a MacGuffin, though.
Oh, well, no, by definition,
the town
they're not.
needs them.
They're not. It's not to further the plot. It is, this town apparently cannot function without them through whatever means that you want to talk about. Yeah.
Natural ability are of great importance to the people of the village, hence why they plead and beg with Indy to retrieve them. What makes Doom such a strong outing for Jones is that the entire film is more concerned with his experiences inside the temple and how those experiences challenge the white colonizer outlook on archaeology.
Oh my God.
Of course he went there. No. The movie's called Temple of Doom.
So yeah, of course, most of his reactions take place in the Temple of Doom. It's the title of the movie.
Yeah.
See, people usually want to name their thing that is related to the thing that they're talking about. So Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom is about Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. That's a good title because it establishes what Indiana Jones is going to be facing and what the movie's basically about. Your video title is not about what you're talking about at all. Because George Lucas and Spielberg know how to name things properly.
No. Just a racist.
But yeah.
Yep, there we go.
Yeah, I know. I don't even know what to say to people like that. Like,
Yep. It's everyone's like, of course he went there.
The white colonizer, he's American? We had nothing to do with the conflict in India.
No, that was actually the British.
Yes.
Ain't that a bitch? So, yeah, just because we were British colonizer. Actually, we were colonists. So, yeah, that was kind of.
Yeah, but we had nothing to do with the colonization of India.
Yeah, it's like, okay. Yeah, no, we didn't. Literally the British, because, hey, if you watch Pirates of the Caribbean, it actually is it's actually somewhat intelligently done on how they describe it. With the relationship between India and Britain. It's kind of, yeah. I don't like people will point out the dinner scene and like everything that happens in the Indian portion of this movie and be like, oh, that's a racism, and it's just like, I don't know. Now knowing that line existed, it kind of makes me mad.
I mean, it's more than just it's more than just that. There's also the fact that the villains of the movie are called thuggies, and that
are they?
is,
I didn't know that. Okay.
Well, that was a real thing.
Okay.
Basically, there was a bunch of, during that time, there were, bands of people who were trying to stop the English, and try to reclaim their country, and they were like like roams of bandits, and they were called thuggies, and that's where we got the word thug.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, that's where that came from. So, but they didn't rip the hearts out of living people and sacrifice them to
Whatever.
Shiva or whatever.
Yeah, Yeah.
And forever alter Indy's outlook on his occupation.
That is never talked about again or mentioned or referenced or anything. It forever shaped it, but
okay,
never.
But let's be clear here. What is his job? He is an archaeologist professor.
Yeah,
he's technically not even an archaeologist. He's a professor. He teaches
of
archaeology.
Yeah, he's a professor of archaeology, and occasionally, in the middle of his school
occasionally
year,
he'll actually teach.
Yeah, occasionally he'll teach, and after he's come back from all the adventures that he's on. He has tenure. There's no way. What? The misgendered teen, yes. I was just sitting, yeah.
Welcome to Indy 5.
Yeah.
When presented with the same scenario as the opening, he refuses to profiteer off the local inhabitants and understands the Shankara stones belong with them. When Indy says,
I understand its power now.
He's not only referring to the reformation of his beliefs, but he finally understands the moral obligation of archaeology instead of the egotistical viewpoint.
Again, never, ever talked about or mentioned. You know what? I will agree. When it comes to certain artifacts, they belong where they are. But there are some times when, okay, so for instance, there's been controversy about the British Museum having a bunch of Egyptian artifacts that were kind of not so ethically taken. But Egypt isn't exactly the most stable political place at the moment and hasn't been for a while. And so the idea that, yeah, maybe they would have survived, but there's a bigger chance that probably they wouldn't have survived. So there are moral gray areas when it comes to archaeology. It's in my opinion, archaeology is more of the conservation of like the physical past of humanity rather than, well, no, that's mine. No, that's ours. That's mine. That's mine. And that's stupid and silly. And you know how much of an asshole Indy would have been if he just like fucking sold those rocks to the government. Like at the end of the movie, like they never would have done that. That's just not what would have happened in that movie. It just.
I mean, and just because you're looking for artifacts because you want to try to profit off of them, doesn't mean you endorse child slavery.
Don't forget that fucking Supreme. Okay, the company Supreme sold rocks that had the Supreme shit on it for thousands of dollars and they got sold out. So don't even start on me when it comes to the crazy shit people will buy. All right.
Well, in the 70s, you had the pet rock craze.
God, yes. Hey, we put some googly eyes on a rock buy for $5. There we go.
We put it in a little cardboard cage with some like fake grass in it. You bought a pet rock.
Yeah, I don't know.
It worked. Props to that guy.
I can't argue with people who take advantage that people will buy anything. If it becomes like mainstream and popular enough, people will buy anything, especially when they're associated with certain brands. Like you have the fucking the hype beast craze that will buy like they will spend absurd amounts of money on shit that who the hell cares, right?
Well, I mean, was Was it the remember the potato salad guy on Kickstarter?
Yeah,
Like
I remember him.
he got like thousands of dollars
Yeah,
because people just thought it was funny.
yeah, people will buy, especially if it becomes a meme. How do you think GameStop is still alive because Elon Musk made it a meme to buy the stock for the fucking company?
True.
It's
true.
That is the only reason GameStop is still around.
Oh God! And Happy
And
Dinosaur
yes,
brings up the
Bill,
bath
yeah,
water.
Bill
Yeah,
Delphine, which has been repeated by other people.
I-
So yeah. By the
that's
way,
just
fun
messed up.
No, well, fun fact, okay, people have done scientific tests on that water before, and all that's in it is like fucking soap. There's no evidence that someone sat in that bath water. It was literally there was just soap put in there for the scent, and then just it's no, she didn't sit in the bath water. It's a scam. They somehow sold out on that, and people, yeah, I don't. It's crazy what people will buy. So
Could you then
yeah, I
sue
don't.
for false advertising?
I mean, do you really want to be the person that starts the lawsuit for not having Belle Delphine sit in your fucking bathwater that you bought from her?
No.
Yeah, that's what my point is.
Yeah, it's a fair point.
So
Point of fortune and glory. Temple of Doom is integral in understanding who.
by the way, at no point have I ever been sold that Indiana Jones is in it for the fortune and glory. Really? Have you seen the movies? The Ark of the Covenant?
His
No.
main thing is it belongs in a museum, so people
Yeah.
of generations can appreciate this.
Yeah, he has my stance on it. Yeah. It's like, no, it is the physical, it is keeping the physical history of humanity alive for the next generation, basically. And solving the mysteries of like why people did this and why it's learning about that. It's learning our history. It's that I don't know. He's a tenured professor at an Ivy League school. He's already getting paid enough as it is, you know?
Yes.
And he's always out on the new thing, and he donates it. He donates to a friend museum. He doesn't ask for money. He's like, you know what, Brody? You're my man, right? I'm gonna here you go. Here you go, man. He doesn't. I don't think they exchange money, or at least not enough that it's like a worthy compensation at the end of the day, because he's just doing it for his friend because he loves it and he's passionate about it. Like I don't know. I don't. If you weren't passionate about, I hope if you're not passionate about something, you're not teaching a subject on it.
Yeah.
If you're not passionate enough about something to like really love it, then you really what? God, you're right, Chris.
Yeah.
That wasn't a challenge. You're not supposed to be like, oh, I got you, fam. I got you. We can do more. He's interested. Yes.
Yeah. The people who bought that candle were they had an explosive personality.
Yeah.
Who Indiana
I need to
is
get laid.
as a person, and offers perhaps the most transformative and effective arc as a character. These experiences.
I would argue
he keeps bringing up these experiences, and he grew, he changed. Then you have to acknowledge this is also a prequel. So why is he right back to where he was at the beginning of the first movie, Raiders?
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm like, careful. This is a prequel, and because it's a prequel, it doesn't work. It does not work as a prequel. It just does not work. Nope. So, yeah. Not there. This just doesn't work.
Is in this prequel inform the kind of person when we meet him in Raiders, and it becomes more apparent as to why exactly he resents Belloc. It's because Belloc is precisely the kind of self-aggrandizing archaeologist he was before under.
No, because Belloc is an asshole.
Yeah.
People are allowed to not like people because they're assholes.
Besides,
it-
what evidence do you have that Belloc is going to misuse this statue? He's talking to the natives. You know, I mean,
Yeah, he's with the natives. Like, as far as you're concerned, it could have been he got it for the natives. I don't know. I don't think so.
I mean,
yeah.
there's a whole mob of people that he holds the idol up to, and they're all cheering. So they clearly cared about this. So how do you know he didn't just give it to them?
Yeah.
There's no evidence to say otherwise.
Yeah. There's also no evidence. I mean, he's just an asshole. What? I have.
Yeah, Indy hates him because
Yeah.
he went through all the hard work of getting it, and now he has to give it to Belloc.
Yeah. There are many people out there that do good things, but that doesn't mean that they're, pleasant people to hang out with. There you go.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, you did a good thing. Nice. That doesn't lessen your assholery. Well done. He's kind of an asshole. Also, Temple, you have yet to convince me that Temple of Doom is that Raiders has Indian from Raiders is in any way,
Chris
shape, or
brought up
form.
an excellent point.
What? It's the Last Crusade.
Thanks to The Last Crusade, we see that the young Indy was always a righteous person.
Yes, you're right. Yeah, 1000%. He could have left. He could have bounced, like everyone else did.
No, but
Yeah.
oh my God, there's German spies looking for this artifact. I'm gonna get it.
Yeah. So yeah, you're right. You're 1000% right. Yeah, actually, completely that was better put than how I was gonna put it. So yeah.
Undergoing his epiphany. Few films can match The Temple of Doom when it comes to sheer audacity, wit, excitement, and
Really? Ghostbusters? Big Trouble in Little
Raiders
China.
of the Lost Ark,
Raiders
Raiders of the Last Crusade,
Last Crusade. Wit.
Back to the Future.
Back to the Future. I would even say 1, 2, and 3 are better wit-wise. Wit dulls as you progress, but yeah.
I still want my hoverboard, damn it.
Yeah.
We passed 2015, so where's my hoverboard?
Yeah. God, that was 6 years ago.
Yeah.
No.
And catharsis, all operating.
Catharsis? Okay, I want to clarify what that word means.
I mean, he's bringing this up because it narrows it helps his argument that this movie was cathartic for Lucas and Spielberg as individuals.
No, I don't think so. Spielberg ended up marrying Willie Scott.
Well, no, but he was going through a divorce at the time.
Well, no, he was going. I thought it was just a breakup. Spielberg was divorcing at the time.
Oh, it might have been just a breakup, but either way, he was going through a breakup, and Lucas was going through a divorce.
Yeah.
So I think he's making the argument that.
Yep. Yeah. Agreed.
Yes, that would have been a better title, but not why Temple of Doom is the best indie film.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the process of releasing, thereby providing relief from strong repressed emotions. Okay. Didn't you show us interview footage of both of them being like, yeah, we actually super regret making this. This was a bad idea.
Yeah, he did. They said we went too dark with this. So
yeah.
They even Spielberg and Lucas acknowledged they weren't in the best mindset to make a fun indie movie.
Yep. So, I feel like that by itself kind of nullifies the point of it. Yeah.
Rating equally on full cylinders. You couldn't ask for a more contrasting follow-up to one of the most beloved blockbusters of all time. It's cheeky, self-aware, smart, juvenile, mean-spirited, breakneck, graphic, disturbing, nightmarish, and most importantly, risky. Temple of Doom is the truest attempt at the
just because it's risky, that's why it's good.
Risky does not equal good.
No.
May I offer you Last Jedi? That was a risky movie.
I mean, you can sometimes, okay, so the whole thing of a risk is sometimes it doesn't work out. Sometimes it does. I would argue it was a huge risk to base an entire Star Trek movie around saving the whales. But it worked. That movie absolutely works. But if you take a risk, it won't always work. It's by definition risky.
Yep. Also, I just noticed that anytime I flip back to the tab that I have with the video on it, my lighting has gone. I am literally a shadow.
I noticed it suddenly got darker over there.
Yeah, well, it's very cloudy, and the sun likes to set at like 5:30, and so it's like I'm not getting any sun at all. There's nothing, and it's just very gloomy. So I'm shadow, guys. I'm shadow.
So what you're saying is we need to have a GoFundMe to get you a lamp?
No, there's light. Light? Light.
That's
better. That's slightly better. Whatever. Good enough. I didn't even brush my hair for this. So I actually didn't brush it, and then I added more hairspray. So yeah.
Solid.
Yeah. There we go. It's like, yay, Temple of Doom is
pulpy adventure serials that inspired Indiana Jones, viewed through the lens of 80s excess. In the words of George Lucas, ripping someone's heart out had been done before. Child slavery and violence had been done before. They just did it better, which is what made it even more.
It's a very odd way to describe your movie.
Huh?
I've seen better than my movie. I've seen better child slavery and heart ripping out movies. What? What are you trying to convince me to watch your movie? I'm confused. What?
It's risky to drive with car doors open and no seatbelts, but that doesn't mean it's good.
That's true. That is true. Yeah.
Yeah.
More intent into the creation of the PG-13 rating. It's packed full of jaw-dropping sequences, from the fever dream thuggy ritual to the minecart chase to the final showdown on the bridge featuring Harrison Ford at his sexiest. It was
confusion. Just really confusion. I wanted that to linger because I'm.
And then we made it linger.
Yeah, I didn't know. That's a very odd take for this scene. Like, Film Speaks over here just like rock hard thinking about Harrison Ford trapped on a bridge above a ravine where is entirely too dry for the alligator scene that comes afterwards. I just noticed.
Yeah.
Okay. Odd take, fam.
was ballsy and unabashedly the product of a specific period in both Lucas's and Spielberg's life. While the constant ranting and impish nature of the project is often scoffed at, it's what gives the film its personality, and something that should be admired in an age where franchise filmmakers err on the side of safety.
Wow. I am impressed.
Okay. Take a little shot at Disney Star Wars.
All right.
Okay.
No, you didn't have to add the at Disney. I figured that out by The Force Awakens. But
I
appreciate
appreciate
it.
that actually. I
Yeah.
appreciate the little at Disney.
It's like it's kind of just hilarious. It's kind of like, okay, now I get you. I got where you were going. I don't think it was that necessary. But yeah, all right, whatever. It's fine.
Temple of Doom doesn't care about a connected universe or direct tie-ins to its predecessor. It's not the product of
There was nothing that came before it because it was a prequel.
Yeah, people are like, wow, something actually clever.
Yeah. And sorry, but you don't reference shit in a prequel that happens later after the prequel because it hasn't happened yet.
True, but keep in mind the audience saw Raiders first.
Yeah.
And you can make the argument so Indy learns to make sure he always has his gun.
Yeah.
You can make that argument. I'm not saying it's strong. And again, the movie is tongue-in-cheek. So it's...
Yes, I would have said that was a tongue-in-cheek nod to Raiders in a way, but I don't know. It's like just fine. I will give you half a point. Half a point I will give.
Of a studio, but the artists hired to tell a story. It's utterly brilliant and one of the most quirky and ambitious left turns in the history of franchise filmmaking. A rare instance where a tentpole blockbuster actually sought to tell us more about the auteurs behind the camera.
The what? Josh, I need help. What is an auteurs?
Well, that's fancy elitist talk for an... You're not an author, you're an auteur. Because it has art in it.
Ah. Yeah, sure. I'm not promoting merch. I have merch. I'm not promoting.
Again, I don't think it is speaking to the mindset of the auteurs of the film. I think it's partly a result of the fact that they were both going through hard personal times.
It's their edgelord movie. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He said filmmaker, but he also said auteurs. I just don't know what that means. So, and yes, I agree. I like practical effects. Practical effects and enhanced enhanced by CGI too. Well done. Yeah.
It's one of those, I hate to give it credit because I think the movie's horribly overrated and kind of boring. But the effects in Titanic are fantastic. They still hold up because they kept changing how they were doing it. The big shot of the bow breaking and crashing back, or no, the stern breaking and crashing back into the ocean and crushing all those people, that was a model.
Really?
That was a model. They superimposed it and then cleaned it up with CG, but that was a model that broke.
Wow.
They actually broke a model for it.
Oh, nice. I mean, I've never sat down and actually watched Titanic because I don't like the story of Romeo and Juliet, and it just seemed to me, from what I've heard, it's Romeo and Juliet on the Titanic. But there are certain scenes that I would like to watch.
I also have just a personal distaste for adding fictional people to a real event.
Oh my god, you get it. Okay, I have ranted about this forever. It's like, okay, a tragedy happens and then you make a movie on it, but then you add a romantic subplot to the tragedy. Rather than the tragedy being the center of it, the romantic subplot becomes the primary storyline. And I hate that. That pisses me off. They did that with Pearl Harbor too. I absolutely hate that. So spoilers to boat sinks. Thank you, Paul. I didn't know.
And Happy Dinosaur really wants his joke.
Okay, hold on. Give me a second. I actually have a definition. a filmmaker whose personal influence and artistic control over a movie are so great that the filmmaker is regarded as the author of the movie. I would not even remotely say that's the case here. Because you had a director going through a breakup and you had a writer who was going through a divorce. So that's
and producer.
And a producer. Yeah, so it's like it's not that doesn't work. That word doesn't.
Well, no,
it doesn't work.
Yeah, he's making his argument that their personal influences were so traumatic that it impacted the movie so much that they can now be considered auteurs.
Yes. Yeah. Fun fact. I think that what is it, Dear John or something? One of those romance movies. The ending is he died in 9/11. Like, what? It's one of those Dear John, like one of those movies. It's just like what? So it's
well, and again, Happy Dinosaur. This guy has no idea what an edgelord is. Show him falling down.
Sorry.
He may have a heart attack, but show him.
I mean, yeah, it's God.
Thank you all so much for checking out this video. I have wanted to talk about Temple of Doom for a long time, and this director's project really, it was the push I needed to write this very beefy essay.
You wrote this?
You
scripted
this? Windbreaker on your mic. I've been hearing it the whole time. He keeps popping his peas because he doesn't have a filter over the mic.
I don't have a filter over my mic either. Can you?
You're also not standing right up next
everyone.
to
I'm on talking into the mic. Hi, hello, hi everyone.
Eric
Asmer. Oh my god. There we
go. Yeah, no, I have it like it's like this far away. It's like right there by my computer where I have it set up for this. I will say I'm generally suspicious of people that have movie posters because we have done this guy before.
At least twice, right?
Hold on. When did he do this? Hold on. I gotta look it up before I say this next thing because it might be irrelevant. So he did this a year ago. I have a pet peeve with people who buy movie posters of
before the film comes out.
Of movies before they become a friend. If you want to buy little merch, fine. But this dude has a year ago, like, has a poster and is framing it, right? Of it. Like, if you bought like the vinyl of a movie that hasn't come out yet, I'm okay with that because maybe you just like the music. That's fine. You know, you've heard it from the trailers, you flipped on the back, you've seen it, like, fine. Like you are promoting a movie that you're not even sure what it is yet because you haven't seen it. See, I almost bought the Wonder Woman 1984 movie poster before I saw it, but I wanted to wait because I was like, if this movie is bad, then I'm gonna feel like a real asshole for having bought and framed this movie poster and nailed it to my fucking wall. So, yeah, that's just me though. I don't know. Maybe that's a hot take.
Essay, praise, love letter to the film that happens to be Indiana Jones film of all time. I don't know why. Maybe this says something more about me than it does
happens
the
to be
films itself.
Film
that happens to be my favorite Indiana Jones film of all time. I don't know why. Maybe this says something more about me than it does the films itself. But this video has been a real labor of love. So please, if you enjoyed what I had to say, be sure to like it.
This was a video he was passionate about. This was a subject he was passionate about, which I could kind of tell a little bit. Especially towards like the nitty gritty backstory and shit.
And what a frame that you posted on.
You're welcome. But my pause game is always 10 out of 10.
This is true.
But it's just, I hate, God, it's such a pet peeve. Don't fucking title your shit incorrectly. Funnily enough, YouTube and this is just in general, YouTube on more than one occasion will nuke you from orbit if you rely a little bit too heavily on shit like that. It will be like, what is it, like metadata, incorrect metadata, which is like your description, your tags and shit.
Mm-hmm.
He never says why. He does not say the phrase why Temple of Doom is the best Indiana Jones movie in the entire video that we just watched.
No, he didn't.
He didn't say that phrase at all. So by definition, that is not, it's not correct. So, and we haven't done this guy in a while, so I had forgotten that that's something he liked to do. A lot of other people, annoying people that we have done and covered in the past, at least, and I will give them credit no matter how annoying and like frustrating and bad their takes were, they stood by those takes for the most part. Like, they stood by those suckers. They were like, yeah, that is my take.
Yeah, that's true.
That's what I believe. And I'm like, okay. But people like this that are just like, oh, I should know. His last name Schiller.
Yes.
That's yeah. His last name Schiller. Well, because some people like the records. Because sometimes the records are really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Get shit with your friends, even if they've never seen Temple of Doom or think that movie is bad. Show them this video, and maybe they'll wind up liking it. Who knows?
No. I'm more angry at the film because I learned some things that pissed me off. Like that one line that was scrapped would have totally fixed the entire dinner scene for me. That makes
I don't
me
know if it would have
mad.
fixed the entire dinner scene, but it.
Cut the length by about a third. If you cut the length by about a third,
okay.
But it explains it. It's like, hey, like this is how corrupted and fucked up shit is happening here. Hindus that are not supposed to eat meat are gorging themselves on meat. And like general symbols of things that you're not supposed to consume in their religion.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like that's how corrupted it's a very like fascinating way to depict the corruption in kind of a way that isn't you don't see as often. You don't see like food being used as a way to show corruption. But I really like I would have really liked that. That would have been better to me. So let's polish it up real quick.
And then also be sure to comment down below and let me know what your favorite Indiana Jones film is and why. That should be a great discussion. If you haven't done so already, be sure to subscribe to the Film Speak channel for more insight, analysis, and interviews behind your favorite movies. Again, guys, be sure to check out the playlist right over there for the rest of the Spielberg deep dives for this month's Director's Project. Seriously, everyone did a bang-up job, so go check it out and support the collaboration.
Oh, no. That's the one we watched, isn't it? I forgot.
Yeah.
Oh.
And lastly, if you like me specifically and you like what I have to say, you can give me a follow on Twitter at Griff Schiller. All right, guys.
Okay, the only thing I'm going to do is give this guy credit as far as like his logo is one of it has to be my favorites of the people we've done. So
yes, I do like his logo.
It's simple and it's really clever.
Yeah, a little quotation mark that looks like a film reel. I like that.
Yes. That's his channel right there. It's like, and I appreciate that. So, anyway, yay, we did it, gosh. We didn't
Yay.
die. We did it. Yay.
I am
hungry.
so hungry right now.
God, fuck, I'm so hungry. I love y'all, and thank y'all so much for coming out and spending time with us and whatnot. The month of December is going to get a little crazy, like I was talking about at the beginning. So there might be. I want to try because last year I skipped. I literally did not do a single upload or stream in December. So this
Wasn't
year
there one? I thought you did one stream in like the first week of December, and then you took the rest of it off.
Maybe that's what I did. But I do have a crazy December. There's like a whole shit happening, not just Christmas and shit. There's a whole bunch of like personal shit that's happening with me. But I want to do my best to have.
Oh my goodness, Gandalf is in here.
Oh my god, I want to do my best. Oh, just missed the live stream. I'll check you out later. It's okay. I'm wrapping up, but yeah, it's good. Yeah, you can watch stream. It's okay. Thank you for dropping by. Thank you. I love that. That is one of my favorite YouTube names I have seen. Gandalf identifies as a white wizard. That is so simple and brilliant. I love it.
Yep.
But yeah, I want to try doing best to have some kind of something happen. Like I said, going to get a little complicated because like the last 3 weeks of December, no, I guess technically this the first week of January as well, but you have the 1st of January is on a Saturday, the 25th of December is on a Saturday, and then I am out for a week on that Saturday. It is crazy. It's I could easily take those off, but I want to so bad try to do stuff. So I will I guess whatever, or update you as that goes. I will summarize Josh's stuff that he has going on. No, I haven't made him a thumbnail. Yes, I'm fully aware I suck. My excuse is still that I was sick. So, there will be no excuse because I am doing it fucking tomorrow. And Josh, if I do not do it tomorrow, I want you to call me out on it.
Okay, that's fair.
If you do not have your thumbnail at the end of the day tomorrow, you can call me out on it. Yeah.
Okay, will do.
Yeah.
I mean, I've also been busy with a lot of personal stuff as well, so I haven't gotten as much time to work on the videos as I would have liked.
I relate to that. I get that. And anything else besides it?
Not really. As I've mentioned, I am thinking of bringing Bree out of retirement on Canucks karaoke stream probably in a week or two.
Oh my goodness.
It's but I need to practice the song several more times because it's a difficult one.
All right, fair enough. Yeah, I mean we want peak Bree when we hear that song. We don't want half-ass Bree. We want peak Bree. We want Bree at her best. So.
Did you get the clip of Chris that Chris took of the performance with me and Mark?
Did I? I've been like off Twitter this entire time.
That was like almost a month ago now.
Oh.
I know Chris has a clip of it because he sent me one.
Yes. I'm really bad at answering my DMs occasionally. I'll go through like chunks where I'm like, I will say that later, and then it does not occur. Yeah, so but I just looked through. I don't think so. Chris, I require that for science, obviously. Not to laugh at. I require it for science, though. This one. The Dr. Jones. I know what you meant. The Dr. Jones. Yes. Do it. Yes.
We're talking about doing something. But
Nice.
the thing I'm thinking of at the moment is not related to with that at all. But Mark and I are talking about doing a reprisal.
Nice. Do it. Definitely. I support this endeavor. Let's see. Are you doing anything with Mary on Monday, or is that?
I think Mary is taking a break for the year at this point after the long stream. I think she's still doing the charity streams, and I think she said she might still be popping up on Monday, but I think she's kind of like, I'm taking it easy for the rest of the year.
That's fine. That's 1000% acceptable. But if you do a 24-hour live stream, I'm actually, that's fine. 1000%.
Mm-hmm. And they raised like over $3,000, so that's great.
In the 24-hour live stream?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ, by itself?
Yep.
That's impressive.
And that's not including Loki's matching.
Yes. Wow. Damn.
So yeah, it did pretty well.
Yes. The Valhalla match. Yes. Everyone puts in just a little bit, and then money. We make it rain on the charity. This is a lot funnier in my head. I'm hungry, so that's why the joke was not funny.
So what do you got going on this week?
Let's see. I think I have a busy week, which of course I do.
Is the Babe Bananas back?
Yes. We talked about it. We were just like most people were going to a different location or having a whole bunch of people or hosting as far as like food goes, and Thanksgiving, and we were just like, let's just take a day. We'll just take a week off because
week off for the holiday. It's understandable.
Yeah, especially since the primary holiday is like that Thursday. It's like let's see. Tuesday is Lorena's anime girl stream with, and I think that's gonna be the last one for the year. I'm not 100% sure on that. Because
which one are you doing?
We're doing the first season of Death Note.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember if there's only one season or not of Death Note. I know the storyline in general, and I know where it dies. Basically,
are you gonna talk about the Netflix movie?
No.
Thank you.
I can bring it up, and I can blame you for it. But I like it. It's interesting, as it is, but there's definitely a point that it
really suffers from the. And we see
when
a lot.
L goes, it's the show kind of goes downhill, in my opinion. So
but it also, the Netflix version also really suffered from the standard problem of trying to put 80 episodes into an hour and a half.
Yeah.
You can't condense a TV series into a movie. You just can't do that.
No, it doesn't work. And you can turn a movie series into a TV series. That is fine.
Sure.
You cannot turn
you can do a movie based off a TV show where it's just like a big adventure.
Like a character study.
Yeah. But you can't try to tell.
No.
I mean the Last Airbender.
Dragon Ball Evolution.
Yeah. It's like
the Full Metal Alchemist movie. That was on Netflix.
I blocked that one out.
That was probably the closest I have seen a movie actually get to being like the anime. And I just mean by the looks of it. Everything else is just like, but also the Attack on Titan. Remember the Attack on Titan one?
I did not see that one.
It had a car commercial.
Wow.
For it too. So it was like a Titan was chasing a car, and I'm just like, I have no faith in this movie because there is absolutely no. But there's a lot. There's actually a lot of live adaptations. If you go to Japan, you go to like Japanese like
Mm-hmm.
the filmmaking in Japan, they do a absurd amount of live adaptations of it, and it is like stop.
I love trying to track down like some of the obscure bootlegs that they try to do sometimes. Like, did you know that there is a Ninja Turtles meets Power Rangers movie that's in Japan, and even they're not technically the Ninja Turtles because they're aliens. But and they're not Leonardo da Vinci or anything like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I never got into. I kind of got into Power Rangers a little bit, but I never got into Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. So yeah, that never crossed my radar. I kind of feel morbidly curious now. Interesting. Okay. I guess Beta Menace is on Lorena's channel. So both streams, Tuesday and Wednesday, are on Lorena's channel.
Okay.
I think this month we're actually everyone's gonna go through it. That's if we decide to have Beta Menace every day this month. December, I should say.
Every week this month.
Yeah.
Every day this month, you should all go through it multiple times.
Yeah, sorry, every week, every Wednesday, because there are 5 Wednesdays this month. So, I don't know. I don't know what the plan is there. Haven't talked about that with the girls, but yeah. This next week it's Tuesday, Wednesday on the Randish channel for Anime Girls and then Beta Menace, and then let's see, Saturday General Standard Time. So, and yeah, yay! Well,
Yay!
I need to. You know what? I need to ask Loki for a Christmas soundtrack. The captain has to divulge her at. Okay, I can just send it to you. Hold on. Let me know. My email. Yeah, my email now. Ta-da! So, bye everyone. I'm gonna go get food. Food.
Yes.
Bye.
Bye everyone.